Okay, I'd like to call this meeting of the City of Urbana Council Committee of the Whole to order on Monday, May 12, 2014. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Sammons?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Jacobson?
Here.
Mr. Madigan?
Here.
Ms. Marlin?
Here.
Mr. Roberts?
Here.
Mr. Smythe?
Here.
Mayor Pressing?
Here.
Are there any additions to the agenda? Mayor.
I would like to point out that the budget presentation includes the executive department and the finance department. There'll be two presentations.
Okay, and that's part of item
On
number 6.
item 6, right.
Item 6. Okay. Anyone else on the agenda? Staff report. I know Mayor Pressing requested a chance to speak.
Yeah, we got a really nice letter from Dr. Charles C. Lozar and Ginger Lozar of Lincolnshire Properties. This is to the City of Urbana, the Urbana Fire Department, and Urbana Police. And it's about a fire at 201 South Busey, Urbana on March 10th. On the evening of March 10th, 2014, I received the most horrible call from a tenant in my campus apartment building. Your building is on fire, you must come. When I arrived at about 8:50 p.m., the street was filled with 8 to 10 fire engines and the fire was almost out, but the building was still occupied by firemen doing their job of final inspection, which lasted until almost 1 a.m. I was lucky enough to stand next to the command car and talk to the incident commander during this ordeal and shock for me. After 2 months of adjusting to the trauma of seeing my building in flames, I began to realize I had watched a symphony. The fire department response with over 60 firemen from Urbana and Champaign was well coordinated with everyone doing their particular job, and the incident commander with amazing calm directing next required actions to ensure safety for everyone. The Urbana Police had closed the street access, and the crowd control and evacuation actions were well planned and executed. There were many people there helping me and my tenants. Luckily, no one was hurt, which is a commentary on your fast response to the fire. Part of the symphony I watched and did not appreciate at the time was the coordination with emergency services. The ambulances were waiting at the site, the emergency dean from the University of Illinois was present, the Red Cross representative and the fire marshal were all there. Even an Urbana City Council member, I think that was Charlie, had taken his bicycle to observe the actions in the middle of the night. I do not know how to reach these persons, so this letter must suffice as my general thank you. The follow-up was also something to admire. The Urbana detectives came and tried to determine the person responsible and conduct follow-on analysis, and the visit from the prosecutor's office gathering evidence to convict the offender were all very impressive. This is more than a thank you letter. This is a compliment to your training, coordination, and professionalism in a dire emergency. Repairs are now being planned with Urbana Building Safety, who have been very careful in their evaluation of requirements. Thank you to everyone involved. I would hope you would forward this letter to those who helped, but I do not know how to contact. So that was a very nice letter.
Any other staff reports? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Approval of the minutes of April 28th, 2014. Entertain a motion. It's been moved by Carol Emmons.
I'll second.
And seconded by Dennis Roberts. Any corrections, changes? There was one that I noted. The order of the agenda, or the order of the minutes don't reflect that we changed the discussion of tasers before much of the other discussion. So if we can correct that order, that I think that's the one thing I caught. Anything else? Okay, seeing none, minutes as corrected. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, minutes are approved. Okay, next up is public input, those who want to speak right now. We have 17 people who've requested to speak either now or later. So that's that's the under 20, so you'll each get 5 minutes. But our council rules also ask that we need to limit total public input to 2 hours so we can also get our meetings done by 11. So if you can speak in 3 or 4 minutes, we will greatly appreciate it. So first up is Carlos Donaldson, 406 Brookins Drive, Urbana.
Do I need to give my address since you already did? Okay.
No, I'm gonna make it
make
official.
sure I just wanna
I'm
be
gonna
legal.
make it official.
Okay. First, I would I want to thank Alderperson Madigan for standing up to the mayor last week and replying to public comments made by someone in the audience. All alderpersons has always had that opportunity, so why try to limit his opportunity? I also thank him for knowing that although he represents and was voted in by a certain area, his decisions could potentially affect all persons in Urbana, residents and business owners. I and others consider the mayor a bully in her leadership. In reading a recent article in the News Gazette about the legal fees being spent on a case where the mayor did not reappoint a staff member last year, concerns me as a citizen of Urbana for over 50 years. Would she have done this had she been paying most of the fees from her own pocket and not at the expense of the taxpayers? How long will this go on, and how much money will be spent before the mayor and no one else realize what an error has been made? I applaud Alderperson Jacobson and Marlin for attempting to change the amount of power the mayor has in appointing or not reappointing staff members. Where are we at on this council goal? The mayor used her power to not reappoint two people from the same family for what may be believed to be her personal reasons. Most times, those who are elected use their personal views rather than the views of people who elect them and or whom they represent. Is this personal? I am a formerly elected official in Urbana. I understood my role to represent the people, not just my own views and opinions on issues. The meetings go on all night at times before Alderperson Jacobson, Roberts, and Smythe keep talking over and over, often repeating the same thing over and over that each have already said. You limit the public whom you represent when they have concerns, but you don't follow your own guidelines for speaking as outlined in all the person's handbooks. Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Donaldson? Thank you. Anybody else wants to do public input, please get it up here so I have a final count. I saw one floating around there. Okay, next up is Carletta Donaldson, 406 Brookins Drive, Urbana.
Carletta Donaldson, 406 Brookins Drive, Urbana. We get grants for the city staff who are paid a salary and get to order what they want within grant requests. For example, equipment, more staff, etc. And we aren't any better in some cases, and worse than we were before at times before the grant monies. Give the community, residents, and businesses something back for their paid and most times ever increasing tax monies. Educate the community, including staff, on if and if not tasers. If that means getting a grant to fund having 2 or 3 public forums where community residents and staff can gather for that purpose. Within the same grant guidelines, there should also be funds to then evaluate what was learned when the community is educated, what was good, what was bad. Finally, that same grant proposal should also provide funds to come back together within 2 weeks of that final forum and hold one last community resident and staff forum to discuss the evaluate steps results. Then we can decide whether to eliminate or prepare a request for the grant to purchase 10 tasers for the Urbana Police Department, which input from the final forum included as guidelines, then brought back to the community for final approval before actually submitting the grant request. Now, I know this was brought back a lot sooner than I expected. I'm still kind of researching and reading up on tasers just for my own benefit, but there should be no rush to get these tasers without the much needed input from and education of the community residents in which and on whom you might, can, and will use at any time. At least that is what I'm believing at this time, whether they're mentally ill or not. This could be a community-changing tool, not guaranteed to be positive. Remember, those who vote on this request are elected to represent the people in their district. In the city of Urbana, who we in turn hope that you are employing and maintaining those who will represent, advance the ideas of the entire Urbana community, yet not removing those who have had nothing but the city's best interest and loyalty at hand for more than 20 years. I hope you consider what is heard tonight on both sides as far as the tasers go, and remember, you represent all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Carletta Donaldson? Thank you. Next up, Steve Beckett, representing himself and Beckett & Weber PC, 508 South Broadway, Urbana.
Good evening. I received a notice in the mail the other day as the property owner at 508 South Broadway in Urbana. My wife and I own that building. The tenant in that building is a firm called Beckett and Weber PC, a law firm. We had input with the Urbana Traffic Commission, which apparently has moved forward an ordinance before the council restricting on-street parking on the east side of Broadway between California Street and Illinois Street. So that's right in front of our building, as you might know. Excuse me, everybody should turn off your cell phone. That's probably a $250 fine. Thank you. Okay.
Oh, a new idea. Somebody jot that one down.
Well, I have a judge in Chicago who takes the phones away. So anyway, we're a general practice law firm. We have lots of clients that come in and out of that building all the time. We do have off-street parking on the north side and the rear lot, and we do have a sufficient number of parking spaces. But as you might imagine, particularly elderly people, when they come to a place like a professional building, want to park as close as they possibly can, and it does cause us some concern that losing parking on the east side of Broadway in front of our building will pose a problem to our clients. And I wanted to communicate that to you. Thank you. I hope you take our views into consideration when you consider this. We do support bicycles.
Any questions for Mr. Beckett?
Thank you.
I have a real quick one, if you don't. So I think, that's 2-hour zoned parking right now? Is
That's
that correct?
correct.
And that works okay?
That's fine. That's fine. You know,
Okay.
people usually don't come and see their lawyers for more than 2 hours. Thank you.
Try hard not to, at least, yes. Okay. Well, I'm glad we can keep our sense of humor tonight. Next up is Norman Baxley, 510 West Main.
I came to speak to a different topic, which is the special use permitting process. I was interviewed a few weeks ago by a young man doing a documentary on the tech community in Urbana, and he asked me why Carolyn and I chose to invest and stay in downtown Urbana for so many years. We've both been in town for 40 years, and we've first bought property downtown about 30 years ago. And I had to think, and I told him that well, we stayed in Urbana because of the excellent schools and because of what we perceived as a very progressive community that sort of fits in with our own political views. And I thought about this. I thought it's a community that's big enough to have a top-notch professional staff across all departments. Good planning, good public works, good streets. But it's small enough to have boards and commissions that any citizen can go to and express their views, and a city council where anyone can go at any time and piss and moan about some injustice they feel they've undergone and be heard. And I guess that's why I'm here tonight. We had an event in downtown Urbana, and I think I've probably corresponded with most of you about this, that was almost a stealth event. If it hadn't been for the stickers that were put on all the parking meters on Wednesday morning, none of our tenants on the north side of Main Street would have known about it. And that's from Heel to Toe, Priceless Books, Cinema Gallery, Mirabelle Fine Pastries. We had no idea that the event was happening, and apparently all the marketing was done by social media. So in any case, we're concerned about how these events can come about where the major stakeholders in downtown Urbana have no idea what's going on. And we have, one tenant in particular, Mirabelle Bakery, when they have the streets blocked off to parking, they essentially lose the better part of a day of business. And in the case of sweet corn, they lose 2 days of business. So I'd like to suggest that the city maybe look at this in a study session and develop some policy for how we're going to proceed with these kinds of events that have an impact on downtown business owners. I know when Sweet Corn Festival first began 39 years ago, downtown Urbana was essentially vacant. I think there was a Tandy, the precursor to Radio Shack, leather goods store, but not much else. McClellan Electric was there, I think. So when it started as a small festival, it was fine. I mean, we had, that block of Main Street was, the 100 block was about the only block that was occupied. Since then, it's grown into a wonderful festival, attracting 50,000 visitors. And I can tell you that there's not a business owner along the north side of Main Street from the businesses I just rattled off, and a new business.
You have
we're
1
opening.
minute, Mr. Baxley.
Okay, thank you. Who would object to Sweet Corn moving east and just leaving that commercial block alone, because the traffic moves up and down the street, and the sidewalks are essentially ignored. So, and my wife asked me to mention one other thing. She called the promoters of this festival Saturday morning and said the bass was shaking the windows. And I went into the gallery this morning and found a $650 teapot on the floor, broken, and it had apparently, 4 little feet had walked its way across a glass shelf and fallen to the floor. So that's neither here nor there, but I thought you should know. Any questions?
Mr. Erickson.
So I would support that request for a study section. I don't know why. It seems to me at first glance that the street festivals could be moved to places like Elm Street or Broadway or so forth. But anyway, yeah, we should do this.
I point out that that item number 11, discussion, the T3 liquor license, is exactly that discussion, and which tries to address the concerns that have been raised. And I went by and visited with your wife. I went into the bakery. The bakery actually had a line out the door, so the bakery did fine. They just had different clientele than they normally have.
Well, the numbers don't bear out the fact that they did fine. They did less business than a normal Saturday, even with a line out the door.
Okay.
There's always a line out the door on Saturday morning.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I can't verify. I just know that there was a line out the door, and
Right.
they were selling stuff. So yeah, I understand your concern, but we are trying to begin that discussion tonight, and that's what this T3 liquor license thing. It's a very short title for a memo that was sent around to council on Friday, and I asked to have it distributed out.
Okay.
It was not in the
Okay.
packet.
right.
So, but that discussion hopefully will lead to direction to staff to start tackling this.
Okay, great.
Any other questions for Mr. Baxley? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and we are quickly approaching 20 here, so if anybody else is going to bring me anything, now's the time to do it. At the time of the agenda, okay. That goes in this pile. Okay, next up is Mr. George Keck, 102 East Oregon, on parking.
Okay, I've never done this before, but I just wanted to ask you, please consider about the parking. I know we all want bike lanes in Urbana, and I know it's a great thing to have bike lanes, but if we take away all of the parking on Broadway and we take both sides, they're just going to move every last car to Oregon and what is the other one? Illinois, and they're going to take every last bit of our parking from our streets. And so I was just going to kind of plead and go, please don't take every last bit of parking off of Broadway. I know.
Any questions for
There's
Mr. Keck?
nothing much else to ask you, but please.
Any questions?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next up we have 7 or 8 items on tasers here. Dan Bailey, FOP Lodge 70, Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 70.
Good evening, Dan Bailey, President of the Lodge 70, FOP. Here to speak about tasers. First, on behalf of the union, I want to thank the council for being open to tasers and hearing us out. I have a lot of information here, numbers and stuff. It might be rehashed. I already know what these numbers are, so I apologize in advance. I just want to make sure that these numbers are out there for everyone to hear and know. On April 30th, the News Gazette did a taser poll. 1,751 people voted, and of those who voted, 83% voted in favor of the Urbana police carrying tasers. Also, I want to point a clarification on the East Main Street call that you all saw a video of 2 weeks ago. Someone said that there were no CIT officers on scene on that call. In fact, truth be known, there were 2 officers there who were CIT trained, myself and Officer Hale, and we were actually the first 2 officers on scene. So that's what actually happened there. It was also said last week that Officer Hale did a poor job by just saying drop the knife several times and didn't ask him to walk to the sidewalk or sit down. I find those comments to be kind of asinine. It doesn't really matter where he's standing at that point in time. He can cut his wrist, whether he is on the sidewalk, in the middle of the road, sitting or standing. So the point when we arrived, the main thing is to get the knife out of his hand. 196 names were read on April 28th that were reported taser deaths. I did some research into these names and would like to share information to show there's a larger picture at play here. This information is from reports such as news articles and or corner reports. Further stated that in over 90% of cases there was a taser death. The subject was no serious threat to the officer or the public. Almost every person that I read about was fighting, running, arming themselves, or intoxicated in some way. I don't know where that number came from. I couldn't find it in my research, so I guess it was just an opinion given. I have left the names off of here out of respect for the dead. My goal is not to slander them, but rest assured that these are all people from the list that was read. One subject died in the hospital 15 days after being tased. He died from pneumonia, from delirium, and from the fall when he was arrested. Another one, the coroner found the man died from excited delirium. There's also methamphetamine found in him as well. Another one, the coroner said he died from an overdose of methadone, a chemical in bath salts. Went on to say the taser prongs never even touched the man's skin. Another male's cause of death was ruled as cocaine and ethanol intoxication. Another man was tased more than once but admitted to being on a PCP-laced marijuana. He tried to run from officers, smashed his head into a metal mailbox, knocking it loose from a concrete base, tried to steal an officer's squad car and baton. There are more, but to keep it short, I'll leave it at that. I just want to make sure that the council was aware there's more to these stories than just names, ages, and races. Lastly, I want to point out that tasers are being used here in Urbana by U of I and Champaign County. You all and we don't have any say in their oversight committees, in their policies and procedures. It just makes sense to me that you would give the Urbana Police the ability to have tasers, so you would have oversight over there, you'd have input on their policies and procedures, instead of having others come in here and just do their own thing. So, thank you.
Questions for Sergeant Bailey?
This one.
Dennis.
So I think it would be pretty interesting to get the data that you found out about some of the lists of people that you were just mentioning. I don't know if you want to share that with individuals or leave it at the clerk's office.
About the names from the list?
Yeah. And
it's all right here.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you share it with us, and that's interesting reading. Yeah.
I'll pass it over.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Next up is Matt Rivers, FOP Lodge 70.
Good evening. My name is Matt Rivers. I am speaking tonight on behalf of FFP Lodge 70. I am a proudly serving sworn member of the Urbana Police Department, which professionally and capably serves this community. I also live in Urbana. I'd like to contribute additional statistics to this debate. These can easily be found on the leoka.org website. 2 weeks ago, there was reference to the number 196. You were led to believe that this was the number of subjects killed by tasers since 2009 in our country. Though the accuracy of that number, 196, is questionable, the numbers I wish to share with you tonight only cover 2009 through 2012 and are unfortunately tragically accurate. From 2009 through 2012, 242 police officers were feloniously killed in America. That number does not include police officers who died in accidents or from natural causes. 242 murdered police officers, brave men and women who gave their lives while in the service of the citizens that they swore to protect. 242 heroes who do not go home to their families at the end of their shift. They are not forgotten. I'd also like to share the number of law enforcement personnel who were assaulted or attacked during that same 4-year time frame. Again, from 2009 to 2012, 412,000 police officers were assaulted. That's nearly 250,000 police officers. These numbers include officers attacked with personal weapons, knives, firearms, and other dangerous weapons. Of these officers, over 58,000 of them were injured as a result of the attack. I sit here before you tonight as one of them. Several others are seated behind me. Every police officer begins his or her shift knowing that danger potentially awaits them. We do not shy from it, nor should we embrace the inherent danger of our chosen profession. If the development of a TASER program can possibly reduce the number of injuries to police officers and to citizens in our community, the answer seems to be simple. I personally implore each of you, as fellow citizens dedicated to the public good, that you will justly deliberate the true facts of this debate and that you will continue to allow the proud members of the Urbana Police Department to perform our duties to the best of our collective ability. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions from Officer Rivers? No, okay, thank you. Next up, Christine Rivers, Urbana Police Spouses. We have exceeded the 20 number. We're about 24 or 25 public speakers, so I'm going to ask everyone to please be efficient so that we can get done in under 2 hours total.
My name is Christine Rivers. This is Heidi Hukin. We are the wives of Urbana police officers. Tonight we are speaking on behalf of all the spouses of the Urbana officers. On April 28th, the Urbana Police Department came before this council requesting the use of tasers. Various community members also spoke, and had they simply voiced their concerns over the taser as a tool, we, the spouses, would not be here tonight. However, this group of individuals created a slanderous case against our officers. They painted them as racist, bigoted, ignorant men and women who would harm the general public if given such a tool. They repeated worn-out stereotypes and presented them as fact. They made our police force out to be a brutal group that cannot be trusted. Tonight we're here to set the record straight. The men and women who protect this city are not aggressors. Let me be perfectly clear. The police aren't the bad guys. They are regular citizens, just like us, who have dedicated their lives to the public good. Many of these men and women have served their country in the military or have received advanced degrees in fine art, science, and the law. These are men and women who volunteer countless hours at local schools, churches, and organizations to better our community. These are the men and women with families, our families, men and women who tuck our children in at night. These are not men and women who are going to tase 8-year-olds. These are men and women who have 8-year-olds. These are the good guys. It's time to recognize the fact that there are many right here in Urbana who would harm or kill the police, our husbands and wives, without a second thought. It's time to stop manipulating statistics in order to perpetuate harmful stereotypes. Perpetuate harmful stereotypes. It's time to stop turning those who would harm others into victims, and it's time to stop turning those who protect us into the aggressors. Please discuss the taser as a tool. Discuss the effectiveness and the safety and the expense. But as the loved ones of these brave officers, We know that it is a lie that the police cannot be trusted. They can be trusted. They were hired because they are very trustworthy. We trust them with our families and our lives. They defend us. It's time that we start defending them. And therefore, honorable council members, we respectfully ask that you simply consider the facts. The Urbana Police Department is not a faceless entity. The Urbana Police Department is a group of dedicated men and women, just like you and I, our neighbors, our loved ones. They are dedicated to the public good at the risk of their own personal safety and often at the expense of their families. A taser is not a dangerous weapon intended to harm the public. It's an important tool that allows police to de-escalate life-threatening situations. Please do not allow fear or the prejudice or the rhetoric of a few to prevent you from entrusting our officers with the tools they need to serve our community. Thank you for your time.
Questions for Ms. Rivers? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Angela Timmons.
Good evening. My name is Angela Timmons, and I'm a resident of the City of Urbana, and I'm here this evening to show my support for the Urbana Police Department's request to use taser devices. Mayor Pressing, you have asked that the residents of this city trust you and put faith in you and your decision-making panel. You've also asked us as citizens that we abide by our laws and trust the officers employed by this city to enforce them. I fully trust these officers to protect me, to protect my children, protect my neighbors, and protect my fellow residents. I do realize that protection of some doesn't mean a violence-free situation. These officers have come to you and asked you to approve a tool that will help them do their job better, a tool that fits a need currently within the department, a non-lethal tool with the force to immobilize subjects without resorting to the use of lethal force, their guns. You have already given each of our 50-plus officers a gun, a lethal weapon to protect themselves and others with. But yet there seems to be such hesitation to give our officers this non-lethal tool. I have seen the footage of the incident in February that Chief Connolly presented to the council. All I could think about while watching this was what would have happened if this incident occurred at a park my family or countless other children were at, or in front of one of our 6 elementary schools at 3:02 in the afternoon. What if that individual came after or close to any of the children who fill these parks or schools? What if one of the officers had to shoot his gun? What if in a park or schoolyard full of people, that bullet didn't hit this moving target like it was intended to? As a citizen, knowing that our officers don't feel that they have the best possible tools they need to do their job and make it home safely each day makes me feel unsafe. It makes me question those who are not willing to give them those tools. If you, as city representatives, have asked us as residents to trust our police force, then I, as a citizen of Urbana, ask that you trust your employees' needs and approve their request. I have brought with me a petition signed by 45 members of our community, 41 members or individuals who couldn't be here tonight due to prior obligations, but they wanted you to know that they fully support the use of tasers by our police force. Thank you.
Questions for Ms. Timmons? If you give those to the clerk, please. Thank you. Next up is Ron Timmons, FOP Lodge 70.
Good evening. My name is Ron Timmons. I'm a City of Urbana police officer and also a resident of the City of Urbana. I'll make my remarks brief. I have here 2 copies of a law review article that I'd like to put in the record for you guys. I'm sure many of you are aware that under 42 USC Section 1983, municipalities may be held civilly liable in federal court when it deprives a person of their civil rights. Unfortunately, the most well-known manifestation of this type of suit is when police officers themselves are accused of such despicable acts. The other way that this can occur, however, is when the municipality fails to adopt a policy or practice. For example, failing to train its officers in the proper use of force in such a way that constitutes deliberate indifference to the safety of the public, and a member of the public is harmed as a result. Attorney Donald Levins argued in the Quinnipiac Law Review, that's what I have here, that given police officers recurrent and highly predictable encounters with violent offenders and other problematic situations, combined with the proven success of tasers, which is a less lethal alternative to otherwise justifiable deadly force, the failure to equip officers with tasers can also amount to deliberate indifference by this standard, exposing the municipality to liability under Section 1983. In other words, a municipality may be found deliberately indifferent when, knowing that a particular situation will recur, it fails to equip officers with the tools necessary to avoid what will otherwise be a predictable violation of a citizen's constitutional rights, leaving officers without a less lethal option, such as a taser, with its proven success, will predictably result in police having to utilize a higher level of force that is deemed excessive, given the available alternatives that were ignored in violation of the Constitution. Thank you.
Questions for Officer Timmons? Oh, Carol.
Are you suggesting that this deliberate indifference in 1983 and the council's, if the council decide not to authorize, that this is a substantial legal matter to deny the officers the right to defend themselves? Is that what you're suggesting in your use of this 1983 deliberate indifference?
No. What I'm saying is that, or what an attorney has said, is that there is liability for a municipality that fails to equip officers with tasers, given that they have a proven success rate, and forces officers to use other tools at their disposal in the absence of the taser.
And in the, unfortunately, I wasn't here last week, so I didn't get this memo from the chief, but one of the questions I asked the chief, and this is not necessarily for you, so I appreciate you answering that one, but that there were zero lethal force use in the last year or the last 5 years in the city of Urbana. Zero lethal force in the last 5 years and zero in the last year. So using the deliberate indifference kind of raised my eyebrow a little bit on that. I appreciate you bringing it forward, though. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Eric.
So is it sort of a correct translation that we would be legally liable if we didn't carefully consider the evidence and the arguments with respect to this question, if our policy didn't reflect that kind of careful deliberation?
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next up, V.E. Tharp, Urbana Police Department.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Joseph Tharp. I am a retired Urbana police officer with 21 years service. I was Officer of the Year in 1989 and received 4 meritorious service commendations. Unfortunately, I also had the distinction of being the only Urbana police officer to have killed a man in the line of duty. My career spanned 30 years, with 9 years previous law enforcement, including military, before Urbana. Excuse me. During my career, I was directly involved in a total of 3 officer-involved shootings. I understand the concerns that some of the city council members might have concerning tasers. They fear that the tasers might be used to torture suspects. I quit one of my police jobs when I was 30 days away from sewing on sergeant stripes because of unprofessional and outright brutal behavior on the part of a small minority of other officers. The final straw was when a lieutenant stood and watched, saying nothing, while I had to stop another officer from beating an unconscious 16-year-old kid with a nightstick because he was passed out drunk and refused to wake up as ordered to. In the 21 years I spent on Urbana, I never once witnessed an Urbana officer use unnecessary force against a suspect. I know Pat Conley, and I know his lieutenants, and I know that they would never, never tolerate abuse of a suspect with or without a taser. Chief Conley informed me, all three of the shootings I was involved in probably could have been avoided if a taser had been available. Make no mistake that a taser cannot and never should replace a firearm, but many times a situation can be neutralized with a taser long before it gets to a point where deadly force becomes necessary. Chief Conley informed me that he has extended an invitation to council members to ride along with officers and observe. He told me that invitation has been declined because members feel that officers would modify their behavior. I would like to ask the council to please reconsider the chief's invitation, not for council members to watch officers, but for council members to see what citizen behavior officers actually have to deal with. I warn you, you will be shocked and sometimes frightened. The street is an unpredictably dangerous place. If I understand correctly, these tasers are to be equipped with cameras and audio, and each use would be reviewed by the Police Review Board. I cannot possibly see what else you might need for oversight. If a pattern of abuse should surface, you can rescind the use of tasers and sell them to another agency. Without delay, I ask you to please allow these life-saving devices to be employed by Urbana officers. And one more point I'd like to make. In my 30 years, I buried 6 men, other officers that were friends of mine, that I socialized with, that I knew their families, and that I worked with. So please keep that in mind when you make your decision, because these tasers will stop those things from happening. Thank you for listening.
Questions for Mr. Tharp? One point of correction, I think several of us have ridden along, several of us multiple times.
Great, great. Thank you.
Martell Miller, did you want to speak now or later? Do you know if he wants to speak now or later? Do you want to speak now or later, Mr. Martell?
I'll speak right now.
Okay.
Martell Miller. Let me, general delivery, I'm going to give that address. Coming to sit here and listen to people come up here and talk about what an officer needs and why he needs it. When we came in here with a coalition of people, and they all didn't look the same. They weren't all police and police's wives. Tasers. It's not the taser, but the taser could lay on the floor, on this table, could not hurt nobody. It depends who hand you put them in or who they're using them against. We having a conversation, y'all got a task force up about racial profiling. We should deal with the racial profiling because we know young black men is going to get tased. I just talked to an officer out there. He's talking about when can he use the taser. He's talking about all the time. When I sit in the meeting with Conley, he's talking about using it on mental patients when they need to use them. So I got something going on in my head. I'll get one information from the chief when they're going to use them. I'll get another information from an officer out there. I don't want young black men getting tased. Let's deal with the racial profiling issue. And then y'all may be able to get some tasers. But right now, I can't see that happen until you deal with the real issue in this whole community. I'm not just talking about Urbana. I'm talking about the county, talking about Champaign, talking about the University of Alabama. All of them got racial profile numbers. Let's deal with the issue. It's not about the taser. It's about who's going to be used against. Our kids are going through enough. You know, let's talk about that. And like y'all supposed to be representing the people, not just the officers. And I hope y'all listen to me. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Miller?
Yeah, y'all have questions.
No. Thank you. Next up, Aaron Amons, 1108 North Busey.
1108 North Busey, Aaron Ammons. It's really interesting to come and listen to some of these comments that are being made tonight. Really disturbing to have sworn officers to come up and say that the citizens that they are sworn to protect are making asinine comments when we're just trying to come up here and express our concern about a very controversial topic. To hear their wives come and now call us racist and bigoted and refer to us as bad guys really starts to set a particular tone in the room and around this topic, and maybe it's starting to highlight part of our concerns that we have. Because if we have officers who come and speak this way and threaten you, the council with legal suits and stuff like that, I don't see how you could not find that disturbing to see if they're going to behave like that publicly. How would they behave in the streets in some isolated situation? There's a comment about something that I said, because I was told by Chief Connolly in a meeting with other African American leaders that there were no CIT officers on the scene in that video. And then he came here and said there were 3. And now this officer says there were 2. So to second the motion that Martell Miller is making is that there's a bunch of mixed information floating around all over the place. So when you're trying to make a decision about something as important as this, I do think we should have valid information. The 196 deaths that were referred to and that were read by members of the NAACP were not an opinion, as the officer alluded to who came and spoke earlier. And I think you should take really seriously the nature of the comments that are being made here tonight and realize that, you know, some person may come up here and say, well, I don't believe that the officers would ever do this or do that. Well, I was in a situation with the Urbana police officers when they pulled their guns not 1 year after Kewan Carrington was killed by Champaign police officers. Not 1 year after. Several Urbana police officers had their guns pointed at 2 of my nieces. 2 of them had their guns pointed at them, and then told me that I was being belligerent or non-cooperative as I asked them questions afterwards because my nieces were so horrified and traumatized by the event. So don't tell me, and don't try to tell the community there will not be any situations where something bad could not happen. And the chief said, as the officer alluded to earlier, Chief Connolly told us, we are not bringing tasers to gunfights, okay? So anyone who is under the illusion that we're going to, quote unquote, save citizens' lives because you'll have tasers instead of guns because police won't have to shoot anybody, they are going to shoot anyone who is a threat to their safety and to them not going home. And contrary to obviously some prior belief, we are not advocating that they not go home. None of us are advocating that we do not want police officers, that we don't call the police, or that we think police officers should be killed in any way, shape, or form. But I think it's valid to bring to the table that in any line of duty, if you're a firefighter, police officer, or if you're in the military, there are risks and there are hazards that come with that particular job. And what we're trying to weigh is the death, the maiming, the paralyzing of a citizen, is that what the cost that we want to pay so the officers have tasers and have the ability to defuse a situation with the tools that they already, without using the tools that they already have? I think that's what we're weighing here, because if we have to come into this chamber and talk about an officer being killed, that would be horrible. If you have to come in here and talk about a citizen who was killed by an officer.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Ammons.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate the warning this time. I didn't give one last time. So I don't, this is a very sensitive subject. There are issues all over this topic that we could deal with. And one of them that I really think is paramount is where the information is coming from as far as Taser International and their objective to sell these tasers. All of these particular things are things that are important. But I do want to say that I am certainly not advocating, and nor the organization that I'm a part of is advocating that we don't want police to do their jobs. We don't want them to be safe and things like that. I certainly don't want to hear about a family member having to to bury a police officer or that their husband or wife is not coming home. That's not what we're asking for. That's not what we're talking about. And the one issue that's not being discussed is why
Your
the
time has
community,
ended, Mr.
thank you,
Ammons.
is raising such a concern about these tasers. So hopefully we can have a conversation
Questions
about
for
that.
Mr. Ammons? Thank you. That concludes the items, the people who wanted to speak before the items. The rest are at the time of, except for this one item. Bishop King James Underwood and Reverend Dr. Evelyn B. Underwood don't wish to speak, but they want to be on the record as being continually concerned about the Dr. Ellis subdivision sewer problems. Okay, we will move now to the introduction of the budget and then the budget presentation. Mayor? And for those following along, this year we have a new format. We have one book instead of two. All of the material that was in the two books has been merged and with a slightly, I would say, a sleeker interface.
Okay, we'll give you an overview. I'll give you a brief overview of the budget, and then our comptroller, Rich Henschel, will give you more details. The budget that we are proposing for your consideration, again, holds the line on spending, as well as on the city portion of property tax bills. The bills that went out this month have no increases for city government, but are significantly higher because Carl's tax burden for schools, parks, county government, and other governmental units has been shifted to all other taxpayers. The city was able to avoid a property tax increase because the mayor proposed and the city council approved a combination of budget cuts and a 1/4-cent sales tax increase last fall. A year ago, we realized the Carl effect would force most local governments to raise their tax rates on Urbana residents. We know this is an unfair burden on all other businesses and residents of Urbana, and we decided to do all we can to reduce it. The city is also fighting the increase in court, challenging the constitutionality of a 2012 state law that exempts hospitals from property taxes if their charity care exceeds their property taxes. Carl serves a 25-county region in Illinois and Indiana, with a total population of 1.2 million people. Urbana, with a population of 41,250 people, is only 3% of the total population served. However, 83% of Carl's property is located in Urbana, so 3% of the people are bearing 83% of the shifted tax burden. The total budget that we're proposing is about $61 million, and it holds the line on salaries and on health insurance. The city is currently in contract negotiations with our unions representing firefighters, police, and public works and other service employees, and we don't know what we will end up having to pay. The proposed budget does avoid a property tax increase next year as well, and we freeze the city portion of taxes at $1.35 per 100 assessed valuation, $100 of assessed value. This budget, which takes effect July 1st, includes $5 million for reconstruction of Windsor Road between Philo Road and Ray Street, and that will get $2.5 million from the state of Illinois, but we must come up with matching funds. We plan to issue $2.8 million in bonds, and that will cost us $320,000 annually to pay off over 10 years. Other big capital spending includes $7 million in construction of Olympian Drive in North Urbana, which we hope will increase job possibilities, and also $7.7 million for widening High Cross Road between US 150 and Florida Avenue. And those two projects are being financed entirely with state and federal funds. So when people ask, if you have money for roads, why can't you spend it on this? The money for roads is restricted to those projects, and we get it from the state and the federal government. We have a number of expenditures that we have very little control over. One of the big increases that we're facing is for pensions, and we've got to deal with that. And we also have Health insurance has been going up by double digits. We find out that Health Alliance, by their own statements, has has higher health insurance costs than are in the city of Chicago. And I think that's because of a monopoly situation, and we're trying to come up with a way to have a more competitive market here. We've also been hit with increasing costs for MetCAD because the 911 system is funded by fees on phones, and the technology for phones has been changing since these fees were first voted in. So that's a project that I'm working on. In the meantime, we've had our revenue increase. We've had tight budgets for a number of years, and we've seen finally some recovery in our sales tax and our income tax that's shared from the state. But at this time when we were beginning to come out of the recession, then we got hit with the Carl effect, and that's our biggest problem right now. But we have added a lot of new businesses to Urbana. If anybody goes to Main Street, they're going to be convinced that we've brought in very good new businesses. We have new restaurants. We have all kinds of new businesses downtown, and they seem to be thriving. And we have more office tenancy with County Plaza got a big tenant recently, and Pixo expanded their offices, and we have a business moving from the University of Illinois Research Park to downtown Urbana. So with that, I will turn it over to Rich Henschel.
I'd like to just go through a couple of highlights in the budget. As the mayor said, the total revenues proposed in next year's budget are $56.9 million, total expenses of $60.5 million for a proposed cash use of $3.6 million. In the general fund, that total $34 million is revenues, $34 million, similar amount, is expenses, and the proposed cash use in the general fund is $131,000. Comparing that to the budget for this fiscal year of $1.5 million, we expect the budgeted cash use to go down by almost $1.5 million, which is good news. All other funds of the total, we're proposing $22.8 million in revenue and $26.3 million in expenses. These revenues are about $13 million less than the current year budget, and expenses are about $21 million less than the current year budget. Most of this has to do with the funding and expenses related to capital projects. Focusing on just the general fund, there are over 100 different items of revenues that are received into the general fund. This is a sampling of a couple of the largest ones. Besides property tax, these 7 constitute the largest revenues in the general fund. 5 of these that we are proposing to budget at a higher level. We've seen some improvement in some areas such as the state income tax, the home rule sales tax, utility tax, the hotel motel tax, and the state use or sales tax. The only 2 areas that we're anticipating a slight softening compared to the current budget is in the telecommunications tax and the state sales tax. In addition to these revenues, property taxes are budgeted to be just about flat compared to this year as a budget item in the general fund. In regards to expenses, there are generally 4 major areas of expenses in the budget. The first one is personnel, and then there are commodities, which is the purchase of items, contractuals, which is usually agreements with other organizations to provide services, and then capital expenditures. So you can see from this, the largest expenditure by far in the general fund is personnel. The purple bar in the middle and the sort of aquamarine bar are the budgets for the current year that we're in and the one that we're proposing next year. You can see they're very similar, but this year we're anticipating a fair amount of savings in the general fund as far as personnel expenses. As the mayor said, there is no anticipated increase for health insurance included in the proposed budget or wage increases. But the budget is anticipating a level of number of FTEs in the total city of about 277. In looking at the relationship between revenues and expenses in the general fund, typically what happens at the end of the fiscal year, revenues are recognized and total expenses are added up, and then the difference is what's known as the change in fund balance. It could be an increase or it could be a decrease in the form of cash used on hand. Back in the fiscal year 11-12, there was a favorable result between revenues and expenses where the cash on hand actually increased by over $1 million. The fiscal year that we are finishing the audit for currently, we are anticipating a cash use of about $462,000. In other words, more expenses than revenues. For the budget year that we're in right now, as I mentioned previously, there was a budget of $1.5 million of cash use. We are anticipating still to be a cash use in this fiscal year, but only of about $268,000. Comparing that to the proposed budget for next year, we are also proposing an anticipated cash use of $131,000. So this indicates over the last couple of years that expenses have exceeded revenues. This is a line that shows the actual fund balances in the general funds, which is a compilation of funds over the last 10 years. As you can see, up until about 2009, fund balance was increasing, and you would hope to see that as revenues and expenses increase. You would want to see the level of reserves held increased. But since then, except for the 1 year that I mentioned previously, 11-12, the trend has been downwards as far as fund balance. And the last two segments of this line are for the year that we are currently in. We're anticipating a use of cash, and in budget that we're proposing, there is a use of cash. This graph simply shows a couple of the transfers besides normal expenses. The general fund funds other activities within the city. The first section is the transfer to social services to support social service programs, transfer to the UPTV, the PEG fund for the cable television, transfer to capital improvement plan, which is the largest transfer. It funds in a separate fund significant purchases made by the city. There's a transfer of development payments and a transfer to the IMRF to fund the library's portion of the IMRF. I mentioned the transfer to the replacement fund. This table here, or chart, shows the level of funding that is projected for vehicle and equipment replacement over the next 10 years. The different colors represent the different departments who are projecting the need to purchase certain vehicles or equipment. As you can see, they go as much as nearly $3 million in fiscal year 2019, and less than that for a couple other years. This is a sampling of the list of capital items that are anticipated to be purchased. Over the next 10 years, the city is scheduling or anticipating the need to purchase $16.4 million worth of vehicle and equipment. Over 10 years, that's an average of about $1.6 million per year. And as you can see, this sampling here is some of the larger items, over $100,000. Most of them are equipment for public works, fire department, and the police department. Matter of fact, those three departments constitute more than half of the purchases scheduled for the next 10 years. This is a comparison between the current funding for these types of purchases. Right now, the general fund and a couple other smaller sources contribute about $1 million to the vehicle and equipment replacement fund for these purchases. Currently, there is a fund balance of about $3.5 million in this fund. If the level of funding is not increased, that fund balance will go to zero and then negative starting in fiscal year 2019. So in other words, over 10 years at $1 million, we contribute $10 million toward the purchases, but the purchases would need $16 million. Finally, this is a little convoluted, but this is a sampling of, or a sample of what type of alternate funding would be required to meet the need to make these purchases over the next 10 years without going into a negative fund balance. What this one shows here, if we, starting not this fiscal year that we're proposing, but the following fiscal year, 2015-16, if we do increase funding to the vehicle and equipment replacement fund, by an increment of an additional $200,000 a year, we could avoid going into a negative fund balance situation with these purchases. Some other alternate funding level is possible, but the idea is if we need $16 million and we're only contributed $10 million, another $6 million should be contributed to meet this schedule over the next 10 years. As mentioned at the beginning, the budget book you have in front of you is similar in format to the budget books in the past, in that the sequence is the same. We, however, have reformatted the content to be a little bit more concise, but to also include the detail of every area's budget within their area in this one book. So the table of contents in the budget book provides a location in the book for all the departments and all the funds that are covered, so you can find them easily enough, we hope. And then within each department, there are sections that describe the mission, the organizational structure, the personnel summary, which shows the number of FTEs in each department, a description of the department's activities, the FY14-15 budget highlights, which is a section we added this year to focus on what are the more meaningful differences in the budget being proposed as compared to the budget year that we're in now. So you can highlight just those few items. And then the revenue expense exhibits, I laid out a summary by program. So this is programmatic approach, looking at the different departments. A summary by category, again, personnel, commodities, contractual, and some capital. And then after that is the full budget detail by account number for each department. And with that, I'd just like to thank the mayor and her staff and all the department heads and the staff everywhere that worked together to develop this budget. Thank you.
And certainly, we'd be happy to try to answer questions.
Questions at this time on this level of detail? Eric.
So I'm going to start out by apologizing in case I'm asking a silly question, but I spent all weekend doing more research on tasers. But but I'm looking at page 23, which is sort of the broad and less detailed revenue analysis. And I'm seeing that property taxes are actually, the revenue is actually projected to increase by $130,000 in spite of the fact that now this takes into account the Carl effect, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, but that all of the sort of revenue decline is in this bottom row, which is total other revenues, which declined by almost $14 million. So is there a page where I can find these total other revenues in detail?
The total other revenues are typically, you'll find them in each of the areas where those revenues have been recorded in the past or budgeted in the past. So again, most of that is related to capital projects, grants, state funding for road projects and so on would be found in those areas of the budget.
And is it true? Now, one of the things that I would love to see is I'd love to see things delineated according to what our taxpayers are paying for and what we're essentially being a pass-through for grants from state, federal, and so forth. So are the total other revenues largely, you're talking about grants and such, are those largely items that other folks are paying for, or are those largely items that Urbana taxpayers are paying for? Or is it a mixture?
It's a mixture, I'm sure. I'd have to go look at the individual ones and assess individually which ones are being funded by those sources.
I think that would be just terrific in terms of accountability, because when we have an expenditure that is paid for by a grant from the state or the federal government, essentially we ought to get points for that, because that's money that our staff has brought into our community as opposed to taxpayer money that, Urbana taxpayer money that we're spending. So I just would really think it would be wonderful. It's probably complicated to do, but to the extent that that's feasible, that would be great.
There is one place to take a look at. If you look at page 16, which is this one page shows the entire budget in a condensed format. And the very first section there at the top is the general funds, all the departments. You can see where the property taxes are levied there for the general fund. The only other property taxes then would be for the TIF districts. So all of the other sections in the general supportive, the capital improvement, the special revenues, all of those have their unique revenue sources.
Okay. Now, I'm leaping ahead now.
Could I answer your other question?
Oh, sure.
On the property taxes, TIF 3 expired, so we did add some assessed value. But what we did was hold our rate constant, so if you look at your tax bill, it should be no increase on from the city.
But our property tax revenue is actually projected to increase by about $130,000.
But that's because we're collecting it from
property that we had not previously
in the TIF,
assessed. For TIF
so it's going into
properties.
the general fund instead of a TIF
Right.
fund.
So because it was a special interest of mine, if I may ask one more question? Because it's a special interest of mine, I looked ahead to the social service funding, and do I understand rightly that in the proposed budget that's zeroed out? Is that correct, or am I misreading it?
No, it's the same.
Oh, it's the same.
We held it
question.
at 200,000.
Oh, okay, great.
And the township is going to contribute something as well.
Okay, that's terrific. I think I got confused by the parentheses and not parentheses and the revenues and expenditures. So thanks for
Parentheses are
clarifying.
increases.
Okay.
When it talks about revenue.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, are there any questions? Carol and then Bill. And then
I know we're going to
Dennis.
have other discussions.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask the mayor if she could, we talked about briefly maybe looking at the library picking up its own IMRF accounting for that. But I see it's still in here as part of this budget. Can we talk about that a bit?
We have not, we could maybe work it in over time. I think that's what Champaign did, but we didn't think we could do it all in one big jump. And part of since we had these big increases for pensions, the property tax is being used more for that. And so the difference was shared between the library and the general fund.
Bill.
Yeah, just to tag onto that, the library did make about $240,000 in cuts from their budget last year, so they're doing their share. I did have a question on the VERF. I appreciated that analysis. How do we currently charge VERF? Is it based on depreciation by department? Like, do they estimate what their equipment is depreciating at, and we charge that? We just need to increase that rate to make up the difference. How is that currently done?
I can't tell you exactly how it was figured out in the past, but we went through an extensive exercise with all the departments over the last several months to lay out a 10-year schedule and look all the way through 10 years as best we can and identify what items, what pieces of equipment, whatever they may be, needs to be purchased in what years. And they may be 3 or 4 or 5 year items, which means they're going to show up multiple times over that 10-year period. And so we have a full schedule for every department, all the items, and it shows $16 million total. And we also know by department what their requests are. So we were able to determine all of those departmental requests across 10 years, what is the average for each department. This year we haven't changed the funding level per se, because there's just no room for it right now. So we're anticipating, looking forward, to have some kind of alternate plan put in place. And when we do that, then we will assess accurately each department's need as a contribution to that $16 million goal, if that's the goal.
Okay. And then on most of these, for the FY 13-14 actual, I couldn't really judge whether that meant anything or not. Is that up through the third quarter specifically, or
No,
is it just kind of what's been paid out of the checking account, basically?
The numbers in here you see for actuals were actually accurate as of early March. When we sort of froze everything to start building the budget, we grabbed the actuals as of that time. So they are a couple of months out of date at this point.
Okay. And then For the, I don't want to get, I guess, too detailed. So maybe I'll just stop there, because I guess we'll be talking about this department by department or something. But okay, I think that's enough for now. Thanks.
Dennis, we're going around.
Yeah, the money that accrued with the close of TIF 3, I guess I was wondering if, it looks like it's going back to the general fund. Would it also have been possible to transfer that money into the TIFs that exist and still exist, and use that money to further sustain TIF activity?
This book shows revenues, expenses. What it doesn't show is assets and liabilities, and that's what were left on the books when TIF 3 closed, was assets and liabilities. That money was, those balances were moved to this post TIF 3 escrow fund and are sitting there. So they're sitting there until the final disposition of TIF 3 is resolved.
Oh, I see. So this is not really even accessible to the city yet because it's an escrow.
Correct. I think Tom has some more information.
Yeah.
Well, maybe there are two questions here. The funds that were built up in TIF 3 could not be transferred to the other TIFs because they're not contiguous. TIFs have to be contiguous for funds to be transferred back and forth.
Okay.
So the balance of money in TIF 3 was transferred to a escrow account to pay for continuing liabilities related to, tax issues. So that money could not be transferred to other TIFs.
Okay, but that's a really interesting something I didn't realize, that there had to be a contiguity.
Okay, quick question about the VERF. Your comments were such that, is that graph in the book about the negative trend in the fund?
It's not in the book.
What was in your PowerPoint?
No, I can give you
Okay,
a
can the
copy.
PowerPoint be made available to
Yes,
us?
I can give you
Okay.
a copy.
So the comments were, gee, if we don't increase revenue by an average of 200,000, we're going to go negative. I'd like to look at that a different way. Another way to look at that would be, okay, if we start to make some choices about expenditures in a given year, then we don't necessarily have to raise revenue. We just extend out our expense or our expenses in any given year, and project that out long term. So what I would like to see is, what would departments do every year if the fund stays, if the revenue stays as you've projected it? I would rather see that extended out over time. What does a flat fund mean? That, I think that is a useful tool for the city council to look at, okay, what are we not able to buy if there's no more money? How important are these things, maybe in rank order even. I don't think that's a bad exercise for the departments to go through. So I would request that if that's amenable to the mayor. I think it'd be a good exercise to go through.
I think they do try to extend the life of these big equipment as long as they can. So we could ask the departments to do that, but if you're going to have a fire department, you need to replace the equipment on a normal basis.
I get all that. I
Yeah.
guess what I'm
So
saying is I
you're
would like to see what they're
would be the
replacing and when.
alternative. Yeah,
Yeah.
we could work through that if it's not too hard for the departments to do that.
Diane.
Thanks. For as long as I've been on the council, one of our goals has been to, quote, rebuild our reserves to about 10% of our general fund. And today I learned that it's possible that we possibly have already done that. Where is that reflected in this budget?
Well, if you look at the fund balance compared to the general fund, that's where it's reflected.
That's page 16?
Page 16 lists the unaudited fund balance at the end of last fiscal year. The next two columns show the anticipated revenues and expenses for the fiscal year we're in, and an anticipated fund balance for this coming June 30th. And then, if those are the fund balances at this coming June 30th, laying the proposed budget against that, where we would be a year from now.
And that's a result of a different way of accounting.
I'm not sure I can adequately comment on how it was done in the past and how it was determined in the past. From my experience, this is traditionally taking a look at the actual audited result at the end of the fiscal year and see what the audit says are your fund balances, which is really, over time, money coming in, money going out, how much is left.
So this is good news. Thank you.
We went through a big exercise. We didn't change the budget last summer, but remember we had a combination of budgeting cuts, expenditure cuts, spending cuts, and revenue increases, and that's how we whacked off 1.5 million. And then we've had lower spending than that because we've had a lot of vacancies, and that has contributed, and then some of our revenues came in higher than what was budgeted. So the combination of lower spending and higher revenue does make a huge difference on the fund balance.
And those vacancies, though, are temporary, so.
Right, but that was one of our strategies, and we didn't, push it that far, but these are just sort of normal turnovers.
Thank you.
Okay, Eric.
Where in here can we find the now famous legal expenses?
Okay. If you want me to start on the executive budget.
Mayor, can we hold that question then? I made a mistake. I have one person who wishes to speak now. If I could squeeze them in before you jump into the individual departments, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
He needs to get going, but he stepped out into the hallway. Can somebody grab him? Or he went to the back. It's yeah. So we, and then I have a question too, but it can wait. When there are 40 pieces of paper in front of you on top of the usual, plus the budget, plus everything else, I missed one here, was checked. My apologies. Sundiata Cha 1002, what is it?
Chajua.
Chajua, I'm sorry, I didn't see the U there. Okay. My apologies for missing you earlier.
No problem. Sundiata Chajua, 10,002 South Elm Boulevard, Champaign, Illinois. Couple of points. One, last week, representatives from the National Association of Colored People read a list of over 200 names of people who had died because they were tased. So we know that tasers are, in fact, a lethal weapon. I sat last week and listened intently to the presentation by Dr. Michael Schlosser, a good friend of mine. I've argued this issue with him in a number of places. What I was most impressed about in terms of his presentation was the number of times he said tasers are good if it is used properly, if there's proper training, if there is a proper policy in place. All of these contingencies suggest to me that perhaps the council shouldn't rush to approve and adopt tasers until there is indeed a policy put forward. Secondly, it seems to me that given the race-based disparities in this community, we're talking everything from traffic stops to arrest to the use of deadly force, that given these racial disparities, we ought to at least get a handle on those disparities and see some reduction in race-based disparities in regards to the police before we add another lethal weapon to their arsenal. There was much discussion about audio and videotapes. Well, because of that technology, that's one of the reasons we know about the improper use of a number of weapons on the part of police. We know because of video Rodney King. We know because of video the young man that was choked in the back seat of the car in Champaign. So the point that I'm driving at is that audio and video are not preventives to misconduct. They do allow us to document it, but it hasn't been something that has prevented police from acting in those manners. The last kind of point is that some of the speakers talked about trust. I'm a historian by training, and what I've learned is that you trust people to behave as they have historically. And what we can show very clearly in terms of data, not opinion, but in terms of data, that historically African Americans in this community and across this nation suffer in terms of police stops, suffer in terms of arrests, suffer in terms of use of force. And given that history, I'd like to know why we would expect adding tasers, another lethal weapon to the arsenal of the police, that we would get different results. Nothing suggests that to me. The other thing is that I found disturbing was the ad hominem attacks by some of the earlier presenters and the disrespect for data. If nothing else, we have to be able to agree on the data and move on the basis of the research. That should drive us. And the research here is very, very clear that unless there is a policy in place first, and unless you deal with racial disparities, you will get the same exact disparities replicated with this new weapon. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you. And my apologies again for getting you out of order. Mayor and Rich. And we'll assume your question will get answered.
What we're planning to do is 2 budgets every meeting so that there can be a discussion of the whole thing and then public hearing as well. And of course, people are welcome to comment at any time on the budget. Okay, I'm going to talk about the executive department and the divisions in that, and then Rich is going to talk about the finance department. So, if you look at page 17, the executive department, the major change is that we have added information services to that, which is, larger cities generally have it that way, and I think it's also better for internal control. So I have the mayor's office, then we have human relations, we have information services, legal, and it's listed here as personnel. We do have a problem with our accounting system that we can't change names of accounts, which is something I'd like to do. Maybe we can put that in the VERF at some point, or capital improvements or wherever. But we do need a better accounting system. So these lists for each of the departments or the divisions in the executive department, the major categories of personnel, commodities, contractual, and capital. And then if you go to page 45, that's where you get to the detailed accounts. And to answer Mr. Jacobson's question, under the administration, which is the mayor's office, on contractual, I'm putting in a budget for special counsel. Last year, it was, or the year that we're in, we only budgeted $8,780, which is way below what we need, because we were going to have all 3 labor unions have negotiations. Plus, we've had 2 lawsuits filed against us. So what I'm requesting for next year is $175,000, which would include, I think, about $75,000 for the Carl suit and $100,000 for whatever else we have to deal with. Not planning to spend it. I think we can wrap some of these things up earlier, but that's the proposal. So it might look like a big increase, but in the whole budget for executive, but that's mostly by adding information services.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So this special counsel includes both the payments for the labor negotiations
Yes.
as well as defending the 2
The
lawsuits.
2 lawsuits, right.
Well, we've spent over $100,000 on the 1 lawsuit this year alone, and there's no end in sight to that. And
Well, actually, there is an end in sight, but we don't. This lawsuit, that particular one, was filed after we did the budget, so it's very hard to budget for something that you don't know is going to happen. So that's why I'm trying to build some numbers in here.
Well, to follow up on this, I think I would like to schedule a special closed session for the purposes of for the council to get an update on that particular lawsuit and a timeline for.
We plan to do that later this month.
Okay. Great.
And we'll give you an update on both of them.
Okay.
So I'm still trying to figure out so this is in contractual administration. This is the budget variance of $188,497. Does that account for the increase over last year, or am I looking at the wrong line?
You're looking at the right line.
The right line. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so that's where that is. Okay, great.
The legislative consultant was also moved from another department, but we've been paying that. We're sharing that with the city of Champaign. So it had started out in my department, and then it was put in another department. So it's back where it should be.
Great.
But it's not an increase.
Mike.
Any other questions for me?
Who is the legislative consultant?
Tom Walsh, and you know Tom Walsh.
Senator Walsh.
He's not a senator anymore, but
Well, once
he
a
was
senator,
a
always a
representative.
senator. He earned that title.
He started out as a representative. So anyway, they're the
Senator's
ones
a
that
higher
helped
title,
us.
though.
They're the ones that helped us with the legislation. So on the water company, they did a really good job on that,
All right.
and they've helped us on a number of issues.
So that contract, is that a bid contract, or how does that work? Is it under the
It's not
threshold?
No, we chose the people that we want, and Champaign and Urbana have the same firm.
You chose well.
We split the costs.
You chose well.
Thank you.
Other questions, or we'll keep going, please. I would like to point out that it's information technology now as opposed to information services. I know it's.
I do have a question about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Carol? Oh.
I just wanted to ask about, I know we have a IT department, but under this part, we also have a city computerization line item here.
City computerization is similar to VERF. It's a compilation of all the computer needs around the city, workstations, laptops, what have you. The total of which is added up, and then an expense is allocated out to the departments who are needing those over the fiscal year and into the future, and it's simply called city computerization.
And that's not duplicated under IT.
Correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on the IT. So where was IT before?
It was inside finance, and it's been
Finance,
moved. It's been
okay.
transferred out, and you'll see that in the FTEs. Now you'll see 10 FTEs added to the executive department and 10 taken from finance.
Is it possible to just get a document that puts that side by side, since it did move? I mean, is that an easy thing to do, or help me not do the homework, please? I got to make some barbecue.
You can actually see it when you look at the budgets. It's not under finance anymore, but it's under executive.
Right.
So you'll see it go down in finance.
And if you turn to page 15 in the book, there is a summary level exhibit for authorized positions throughout the city. And if you look in the executive department, which is the first section, you can see the values go up in FY 14-15, and look down under finance and the values go down.
Well, these are the positions. I'm talking about the expenditures. It's all zeros in executive. So we have to go to finance, and then I got to copy both pages and cut and paste them together. And I was just asking, is it possible to just show that as if it didn't move from one department to another?
Yes.
What's the change? What's the change? I would
Yes.
think that
We
with
can do
your
that.
Excel or whatever you have, that would be an easy thing.
We can do that.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Okay, Carol and then Diane.
I just wanted to come back because I see city computerization again on page 47 under contractual services also.
IT is a department in and of itself, and they have their own computer needs, and they have to buy stuff like the other departments do, so they contribute to this process as
So
well.
the first one is not for the whole city? The first allocation for computerization under, on page 45 is not for the whole city?
Correct. Every department will have a line item.
They have their own line
Every
item.
department has a city computerization line item. It's their contribution to the total purchase.
Thank you.
I'm getting a nod from Sanford. I said it correctly.
Diane?
Just a general question. Sometimes this council is asked to approve a budget amendment when spending exceeds 10%, I think it's 10% of what's budgeted. And other times, spending seems to go beyond that without council approving a budget amendment. What's the guideline for when budget amendments are required and not?
If, by the end of the fiscal year, if there is spending over the category within a department, personnel within a department, contractual within a department, that the department will request, and I'll do that for all the departments, put together a full list of all of those necessary budget amendments to allow for the orderly closure of the books for the fiscal year, of where we can move money from to where we need it in certain budgets to allow for those expenditures at that level.
So we'll see budget amendments coming?
Yes, you will see budget amendments before the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for finance then?
Okay.
Which is page 48.
Right, if you turn to page 48, and just to go through an example of the layout I mentioned previously, on 48 is the mission of the Finance Department to manage the financial resources of the city. Simple. Organization of the Finance Department is administration, parking permits and licenses, and financial services, and this was where information technology would have been listed previously. Org chart. Positions listed on page 49. You can see the gap where IT was and has been moved over to executive. Finance Department programs are listed below on page 49, all that Finance Department does. And then on page 51, as I mentioned previously, this is an item we've added in this budget book, which is the FY14-15 budget highlights. It's what are the most notable changes departments would like to mention comparing next year's budget that's being proposed to last year's budget. And for the Finance Department, we're proposing to combine 3 part-time parking enforcement positions into 1 full-time position. Where we believe we'll get better coverage of the area with a full-time position, and with that, we are anticipating an increase in ticket revenue of about $25,000 to cover this, plus we've included in the budget. On page 52, 2 tables. One shows expenditures by program, and it's the programmatic layering within the department, grouped into the different personnel, commodities, contractual, and capital expenditures. The next table is expenditures by category, sort of flipping that back to total personnel. You can see our department is reduced with the transfer of IT. And then starting on page 53 is the full budget detail. And you may not, I don't believe you've seen this in the past, including the account numbers. So this is the fine detail of all the expenditures, all the revenues in all areas of the city in using all the account numbers. For personnel expenses, the total for finance is going down by $626,000. That's primarily the move of IT out. There are a couple other changes in there contribute to that. Under contractuals, there is an increase in the audit budget of about $28,000, as I brought to the council a couple of weeks ago to approve a new auditor. We are proposing to include a line item for temporary help. We're still trying to get caught up on some of the open items that are still left from the transition of personnel out of the department over the last year or so. City computerization, our share of that, what we just talked about, is going down by $32,000. So overall, the contractual expenditures proposed in the finance department are going down by $9,000 in total. Those are the most noteworthy changes for the finance department.
Questions for Rich? I guess Michael.
So regarding temporary help, what transition items are left?
Due to the gap in the high-level positions that were in the finance department, there are a number of bank reconciliations that had not been completed. And the challenge that I and the rest of the staff have had is that usually in the transition, it's one person replacing another, not two, especially the two is high-level people. So we've had a difficult time finding the history to certain things, the records to certain things, the process that were followed. And so we're just trying to keep up and not fall behind. So we have this fiscal year is closing in less than 2 months. We have a considerable amount of work to do, not only to finish last year's audit, which we are hoping to finish in the next week or two, but begin next year's audit, the one that we're in now. So we're proposing to bring in some temporary help now and for a few months in the new fiscal year to get us ahead, back to a normal process and schedule.
Well, I can appreciate the difficulty of that, having that kind of talent leave all at once. Is this, since it's in contractual, I'm assuming that you're hiring that out to a firm or something, or?
We advertised for a temporary part-time position.
Okay.
So we were able to find somebody not through an agency, so it's a direct hire, but it's a temporary part-time.
Okay, so your number's pretty solid because you have someone in mind, it's been negotiated and that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dan?
Do you have any vacancies currently?
No.
Okay.
Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to item number 7, which is ordinance number 2014-547, an ordinance amending Schedule J of Section 23-183 of Urbana Local Traffic Code prohibiting parking at all times on certain streets. We'll get staff report and then we'll do public input.
Okay. Good evening. Tonight, my goal is to give you information to allow you to make an informed decision about the bicycle infrastructure under consideration for Broadway Avenue from Washington Street to Illinois. I will note that on the bottom right-hand corner, there are numbers for pages of the slides. So if you do see something that you want me to go back to later, just make note of that. The discussion items tonight are basically, I'll give you a brief project history, the parking study information that you had requested. We'll talk a little bit about bicycle infrastructure considerations, the recommended bicycle network, bicycle level of service, options for you to consider, and briefly talk about traffic calming. Project history, basically in 2008 when the Urbana Bicycle Master Plan was adopted, and that was the initial adoption of the plan, bike lanes were recommended on Broadway from Washington to Illinois Street. At that Bicycle Master Plan, the council did adopt the plan. It was brought forth into the Urbana Comprehensive Plan in April of 2008. And then here we sit ready to do the 2014 resurfacing of Broadway, and that is our time at that point to implement any of the recommended changes to bicycle infrastructure, such as putting in bike lanes and such like that. So in July of 03 or 2013, city staff brought the removal of parking to the Traffic Commission. At that meeting, they took input from residents, some for, mostly against the removal of on-street parking, and the Traffic Commission voted, or in essence did not recommend either way removal of parking. So there was a no recommendation brought forth to the Committee of the Whole then at the August 12th, 2013 meeting. At that meeting, the committee had requested more information about basically the parking counts or characteristics of parked cars on Broadway Avenue. So immediately following that meeting, we went out, city staff went out and began our study. We had a week before class went into session, so we we're able to get some before counts, counts before both the university and the Urbana High School started, and we concentrated our counts between basically Illinois, Vine, Washington, and Race. So all of those streets there in blue. On Broadway Avenue, right now existing, there are basically 24 parking spaces on the west side, 30 on the east side, for a total of about 54 parking spaces. Of note, between Washington and Oregon, that's where the main concentration of parking, on-street parking, is in the study area. From the counts that we took, and we did 3 consecutive weeks, basically centered those around a Wednesday, Thursday format. We counted in the morning, the afternoon, and the evening. Then we also counted a week in September from Monday through Friday to see the variations through the week. What we found was that in the morning, basically that's the high concentration of parking. That's where you see, basically this is the average of those Wednesday counts at basically 40 cars. In the morning, there's some drop off in the afternoon. In the evening, you can see appreciable drop off since the students are no longer using Broadway to park. Weekday variations, you see Monday and Wednesday were the high peaks, along with Tuesday and Thursday there's fairly high demand. Friday had dropped. There was an anomaly a little bit there because the students were out after lunch, but we had done some more visual, just quick looks on Friday, and we didn't see, a high demand on Friday, but you will see that Monday, Wednesday are the peak days for the counts. Basically, this chart, the key thing to take away from here is that there is a difference when the students are in session and when they're not. Basically, the lighter bars are when they're not in session, and the darker bars are when they are in session. So you can see there's about a half or 50% drop when the students aren't in session as far as demand on Broadway Avenue. As far as parking area restrictions, we went out and noted everywhere where you could park at this time. That's in green there. There are a couple areas where they're metered, particularly up on California, west of Broadway, and then on Race, there is some 2 to 6 a.m., middle of the night restrictions there. In red here are where you can't park currently. And then in orange are the 2-hour parking restrictions. I note that Mr. Beckett earlier had mentioned that there were 2-hour parking up on Broadway between California and Illinois. That I do not have. I have that as all day parking. So in summary, I mean, when you look at it, you can park on Broadway on the east and west side between Washington and Oregon. And then in between Oregon and California, there's only 2-hour restriction with just a few spots. Up on the north end of the Broadway, on the west side, you can't park at all. On the east side, there's a few spots that you can park at. This exhibit here basically shows all the green properties where there is not a entrance on Broadway, but there is parking in the rear or side from staff observations. In red, those properties, there is no entrance, there's no rear parking. Basically, there's no place for those people to park but on the road. In blue there, particularly the southwest corner of Broadway and Oregon, of note there are 3 basically residents that are units that serve tenants, that have a high number of tenants with a very few parking spaces. So when we broke our numbers down, we started looking at different groups, along the study area. So the first group was Broadway only. So basically there, we looked at if we did take away parking for the bike lanes. You can see in the middle there under proposed, we would have no parking on the west side of the street. We would also have no parking over there on California to Illinois on the east side near the Beckett Law Office. The reason for that is we would have to do a lane shift to get the traffic lanes from the west side over to the east side, so we have to remove some additional parking there. Likewise, at 2 locations marked subscript C there, we have to take out an additional space to get adequate intersection sight distance on this, which it currently doesn't exist right now. So in essence, in the end, we would go from 54 parking spaces, we would lose 24 down to basically, or lose 30 in the end, down to 24 parking spaces. So when we go back to Broadway and we look at that, we had an existing capacity of 54 spaces. We had counted cars of about 40 in the morning and about 19 in the evening. The 40 in the morning, basically utilization's about 74.1% approximately, and in the evening it's about a third, 35.2%. Of note, if with the proposed capacity of 24, the parked cars, the demand would be higher than available capacity in the morning. It could be available, I emphasize could be available to residents in the evening at this location. Then we looked at basically, again, Broadway and then 1 block east and west of Broadway on California and Oregon. That's the second group here. Of note, there still is basically a deficit. We would have more demand than available capacity, 1 block east and west, including Broadway. Then we looked at 1 block north of Washington. We did not include the Oregon Street leg, and the reason was because what we were looking at basically was where students are parking, if they could in turn fill the spaces at Race or Walnut and Nevada as well. So this is the 3rd block here, and in essence this is the first part where we could actually remove parking and still have enough capacity to serve the high school and the residents within that 1 block north of Washington. As far as the bicycle infrastructure considerations, we'll talk a little bit about bike lanes. This is an example of a bike lane with on-street parking. This is, I took this on Saturday. It's on Illinois Street west of Lincoln. So in essence, what you'd have is you have a travel lane here, a bike lane, and then parking on the right. This would be what a bike route looks like. This is Kohler, south of Green. Of note, in yellow here, it's basically no markings on the street, and then a bike route sign. That's basically it for a bike route. A shared lane markings or sharrows, and that's the bike symbol there with the arrows in yellow here. That is basically just shared lane markings. This is our new section of Race west of the high school. In 2014, this year, we're doing a bicycle master plan update. One key component of that update is on challenging sections, and I think we could safely extend that to this section of Broadway. One approach under consideration is to look at installing bike routes and shared lane markings in the short term with bike lanes in the long term. So in essence, what would happen is you'd put the bicycle facility in, a minimal bicycle facility in with signs and pavement markings. You would wait till some predetermined metric was met, or that metric could be safety issues, it could be demand from bicyclists, and at that point that would be a trigger that then we would come back to council and look at the installation of bike lanes. That is a new approach that's being under consideration in the master plan, the update. When we look at the recommended bicycle network, we have a network of basically the blue dash lines of bike lanes. We have some bike routes. We have some share the road, all within
basically this whole geographic area of the study and beyond to downtown up the north and the schools to the south. In the oval circles here, just to note, we do have situations that, and we'll have these all over town, where we go from a bike lane to a bike route or vice versa, or a bike lane to share the road. So that is a common practice that does happen, where we don't always keep the same type, and mainly it comes down to physical space, or maybe perhaps there's not such a need for bike lanes or a bike route. So that's not uncommon to do that. In yellow here is what we've installed to date. So you can see we've done a lot of bike lane work up there on Main. Last summer, a couple years ago on Washington east of Vine, we installed some bike lanes, and then we also have some share the road that I just mentioned on the near the high school. In orange here, this would be what would be installed this summer. We'll put bike lanes on Race in front of the library. There is no parking removal for that. So we're following the master plan and doing a road diet, which we then analyze the traffic projections to see if it can handle it, and yes, it can handle the reduction in lanes at that location. On Illinois, we'll resurface the road and do a bike route there, and then down on Washington, we'll also do a bike route and resurface that. So then it basically becomes in this red square here and the interface here with the bike route. That's in essence what we're visiting today. One of the things that we look at as far as what trips it to go from a bike route to a bike lane is what they call bicycle level of service. And basically, in essence, it quantifies the bike friendliness of a roadway. That's the summary of it all. I mean, it's some measure of criteria for comfort level of a bicyclist. The criteria, basically, there's a lot of geometric criteria, but the main components are the number of lanes, the width of the outside lane, whether or not it has a bike lane or it doesn't, or the traffic volume, the speed limit, how many heavy vehicles are on it, the pavement condition, that's another key component there, the percent on-street parking, percent sidewalk width comes into play because with small children, usually they're not on the road, they're on the sidewalks. How far away the sidewalk is, and basically how many trees are in between the sidewalk and the roadway. The level of service is broke down into different, basically numerical criteria, and basically the lower the score, the more attractive it is for cyclists. Our plan is catered to the casual adult cyclist, and basically there are three types of cyclists. You have children, which usually feel comfortable in the A setting. We have casual adult cyclists, which are usually comfortable in the A and the B setting, sometimes C, they'll reach into C. And then we have basically the more advanced cyclists, and they feel better in C and then even into D and E. Where does this come into play on Broadway is this. Basically the two black squares there, we have the existing bicycle level of service. So you can see that we're on the basically we're safely within B at this point for the casual adult, the way it is currently right now. If we install bike lanes, it becomes even better for the casual adult and even better for children, and I think that's one of the reasons that the bicycle lanes were recommended is because there is a school that they connect to. Of note, when you look at Race and Vine that parallel Broadway, those are Ds or Cs, and they're not really good categories for bicycle facilities like bike lanes, either due to the narrow width or the high amount of traffic. Of note also, Broadway, the average daily traffic's about 1,300 vehicles per day. On Vine Street, we're looking at about 13,000 vehicles per day, somewhere around there. On Ray Street, we're looking at about 4,700 vehicles per day. That is again why Broadway Avenue was selected for bicycle lanes, was because Vine and Race are not conducive to installing bicycle lanes on those streets. And when you look at the network as a whole, there really is no other north-south connection within that whole geographical area. Options for you to consider are basically putting in the bike lanes, and that would require the removal of on-street parking, at least half of the on-street parking or a little bit greater than that. And then the option 2 would be this new approach, which would be a bike route in the short-term bike lanes in the long term, or you could take no action. Just to show you briefly what it would look like, this would be a rendering of what it would look like with bike lanes. So this is looking north on Broadway. On the left side, you would see a 5-foot bicycle lane. We'd have 2 10-foot vehicle lanes, a 6-foot bicycle lane adjacent to 8-foot parking. So we still would keep parking on the east side of the road, and then we would make it 8-foot, which is the IDOT requirement. We'd widen the bicycle lane out a little bit more than on the west side, just for concerns about dooring that could happen with parked vehicles. This is basically what it could look like with bike route sharrows. So you'd have a bike route sign to the right there. You'd still keep the parking. We'd have a little bit wider vehicle lane, and then we'd have the sharrowed marking there. If council decided to go, or the committee decided to go this route, it's my understanding that you would not have to act on the ordinance that is in the packet for on-street parking. You would just pick this option, and then we could revisit the bike lanes at some time in the future, which would probably be the next update, which is currently scheduled 5 years from now. And then we would see at that time, and if at that time there was really no demand or need, then we would just keep it as bike route and sharrows, presumably forever, until in essence there's a time that would be needed to implement the bike lanes. And then of course this would be what it is right now, which is a fairly wide road, with 7 to 8 foot parking. It's not marked. There are no lines marking the parking. I want to also mention though that in February of 2012, there was a speed study done at the request of the residents by city staff, and at that time, the average speed in the AM and the PM was 25 miles per hour. So in essence, there's not a speeding issue on this road. Lastly, with traffic calming, there was some discussion at the August committee of the whole meeting about possibly installing a mini roundabout at the Oregon Broadway intersection. Staff notes that we currently do not have a policy for traffic calming. And if this was something that the committee would like for staff to develop, we could work to develop that. I think it'll take some time over the course of the next year to do that and do it in a proper manner. But in essence, traffic calming would be you'd slow vehicles down in some form or another with basically physical constraints, or you would also reduce the amount of volume with physical constraints on a road. And then, of course, the big issue here is how does it get paid for, and then what are, again, the metrics when you install it. Any questions?
Okay, yeah, let's go. Bill was up first, and then Eric.
Yeah, I was surprised at how many houses didn't have entrances to Broadway, and although the alley is good, keeps the cars back there, and but for the ones that don't have the alley entrances or any entrance on Broadway, as we're doing this work coming up, would it make sense to coordinate some kind of, if they want an entrance? I know one of them has like a side yard that's fenced for a dog or something. They might decide to build a garage there sometime or want a driveway. Would it make sense to coordinate this work with additional curb cuts there to add parking or a driveway?
Typically, our approach is that within the city is that if a resident wants a entrance, they would have to basically asked for a permit to build an entrance. The city, correct me if I'm wrong, Bill, but we basically do not build entrances unless, because of the physical changes within a roadway, in essence, like the Airport Road East project that we're building up in the northeast part of town, we're physically raising or lowering it, then we'll go and rebuild an entrance. So it could be an opportunity where, you know, a resident could request it, but then they would have to go through the Public Works Director for approval.
Okay. And then how, I know a couple of those were rentals with 2 or 4 units. How do we get in that situation? Don't we have ordinances that require parking for rental properties, or does it not apply in downtown areas, or how does that come about?
That question, thankfully I'm an engineer and I don't have an answer to that question, but I will surmise that this is an older neighborhood. And I mean, a lot of these homes are over a century old, and, you know, probably back when, you know, even before cars perhaps. So, you know, that would be my guess, that they were grandfathered in as such.
Next up was Eric, and then Bill, then Dennis.
So I'm going to preface my main question with a preliminary question. What's this? Is the speed limit on there now 30 miles per hour?
Yes.
Okay. So do we know, are there any statistics on how much safety improves and how much the bikeability index goes if you just simply put the Sharrow markings? Does that help significantly, or is...
I wouldn't say that it would help significantly. I think it's more of an indicator to the motoring public that, in essence, hey, there's something different here. But I'm not aware that there is any safety data out there. Keep in mind, Sharrows were not even around during the 2008 master plan.
Right.
So they're a fairly new implementation. But I'm not aware of any appreciable safety difference associated with those.
Is there any precedent, or would there be any constraint against taking the speed limit down to 25 on a street that's designated a bike route?
You know, you could. I think right now we viewed that as a special area, in essence, the university district. I mean, there it's 25, and again, you're saying you're going into it, hey, this is different. I think on a case-by-case basis, though, you know, we look at consistency, and if there's no, right now, you know, there's no speeding issues. I mean, it's average speed's 25 mile an hour. I would say that we would suggest to probably keep it at 30 at this point, unless we saw that there was an issue with that, to take it down.
The average speed is 25, but I think we know that when vehicles move, a really good or major hazard for traffic accidents is vehicles moving at very different speeds.
Sure.
So it would seem to me that lowering the vehicle speed down to something closer to the bicycle speed for bike routes in general, but, you know, certainly this one in particular might make sense.
I think we'd have to look at it as a case-by-case basis to see if that's a possibility. I'm not aware at this point where any community is doing that. It doesn't mean that it can't be done, but I'm not aware that precedents have been set that way.
I found out recently that the Buffalo Grove community has 25 miles an hour through the whole city, but it's something that existed before the state set 30 mile an hour, and they have a very popular bicycling program. So there's something we said for that. Dennis.
Two things, I guess, at this point for you. You were saying that we're going to be creating bike lanes on Race Street in front of the library.
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be like from Main Street to like Illinois Street.
It would be
Green
Illinois,
Street.
and we would lose them just south of Illinois, and they would go down to then share the road from that point south.
And was there a reason that they were safe to consider north of Illinois? And what's the difference if the traffic volume is pretty much the same up and down the entire street? Why couldn't that become also a bicycle route for people?
The main difference is space. North of California, it goes from 2 lanes to 4. South of California, it's just 2 lanes with some parking on the side. So it basically, what we're looking at is a road diet situation. We have 4 lanes that, when I had analyzed it, the average daily traffic is almost half of what it was 20 years ago.
So, okay. And then my other question would be, if it was recommended that no parking be allowed on Broadway so this bike lane could be inscribed, you did a report about how there was adequate parking in the first blocks north of the high school, north of Washington. But when we look at this chart, we see that half of Walnut Street, Nevada Street, all of Vine Street has no parking. There are restrictions. Would that mean that you would be then lifting parking restrictions on side streets?
We would. I'm saying that basically. Let me back up here. So basically, I'm saying that. Let me go even back further. We would keep the parking restrictions the way they are currently on Walnut and Nevada. So we wouldn't change that. What we're saying is that there's enough capacity within that 1 block north with the current configuration to accept basically all the students and all the residents.
Without even any changes?
Without any changes, yes. Now, the bigger question is, is it feasible, that people would walk over to Walnut and Nevada? That I don't know. But I'm saying that if you count the spaces and you count the demand, and there was excess capacity on Walnut and Nevada.
Right. Yeah, okay. For this time, that's all I have.
Okay.
And then I have, Diane?
Just to confirm again, so there's no issue with speeding on this street currently, and are there any, there's no issue with traffic accidents or bicycle accidents?
Not that we know of, no.
Okay. And then the last question is, one of your maps before this showed a bike lane on Illinois Street at the north end of Broadway, and I didn't think there was one.
That is proposed as far as the bicycle master plan.
Okay, so that's sometime in the future.
And that would be a same type of road diet situation as over here on Race. So we would go from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. And in essence, it would look a lot like Washington in front of the Brookins administration building.
And currently there's nothing there, though?
Nothing there now, yes.
Quick question I have for you, Craig. When you did option 2 and you had the picture here, you had parking lines down the road. If we did option 2, would you paint 8-foot parking lines?
I think that would probably be recommended, I think, because if you don't, you end up getting this situation, which, imagine the blue lines aren't, or the blue area isn't there. In essence, it's just wide open, particularly in the evening when there's less vehicles there to constrain that space. So, I think we would, and I would probably stripe a center line, a skip dash line also.
Okay. Would you add tick marks for end of parking areas, say where there are driveways, and or tick marks that would mark the door zone?
Currently, there are not tick marks. I think at this time we would probably just leave it, unless there was a push from the residents to put tick marks on, we would just leave it as a 1 longitudinal line along the road. If we did go to install tick marks, the problem becomes we do have restrictions on how far either side of a driveway, and that would mean, in essence, we would lose spaces. So we would reduce the number of spaces down from where it is right now.
Okay. So a question for the residents who are going to speak would be, whether it be desired to have some of those endpoint markings at the driveways. I know that in my neighborhood we had a problem with a number of people parking and blocking driveways, and we have very narrow driveways in my neighborhood, so that made it a real issue. If that's an issue for the residents now, we'd like to hear about that, because it'd be, because if you put a solid line down the whole street across the fronts of driveways, aren't people going to be tempted to park?
Well, we would gap it at the drive.
You'd gap it. Okay, so there'd be sort of a delineation then of where the end
without
would be.
an official marking.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the other piece was, could we add tick marks coming out from the parking lane to indicate sort of the door zone?
We could. I think all options are on the table. Sure. Yes, sir.
So let me toss out an idea that maybe is crazy, but how about, it would take people a little bit to get used to, but suppose Broadway were one-way south and Nevada were one-way north. That would provide for bike lanes and parking on both sides of the street.
You mean Ray Street, or
you mean Walnut?
No, did I say,
yeah.
Nevada is the
Nevada's
north.
an east-west street.
Oh, I'm sorry. What is the
Race?
Is it Well, Race is to the west. What's
Walnut?
Walnut. Yeah.
let's see.
Suppose Broadway were one way coming one way, and Walnut were one way going the
Walnut,
other way.
If you look on the drawing here, Walnut only goes up to California.
California Street. Oh, that's an interesting idea.
We appreciate you thinking out of the box, though. I like.
Okay, other questions for Craig? We can come back to him. Okay, we'll take public input now. Thanks, Craig.
Okay.
The pile has grown over time, so it is 9:20, so please be as efficient as you can. First up is Patrick Patterson, 2005 South Anderson Street. Is this the same one you sent out?
That's a hard copy.
Yeah, I've got
Good evening. My name is Patrick Patterson. I'm a longtime Urbana resident, and my wife and I are property owners on South Broadway Avenue. We also enjoy biking. I have 2 bikes myself, and we're very much in favor of Urbana being a bicycle-friendly city. This past Friday, we received a copy of city staff's May 8th report on the Broadway Avenue parking issue. After reading this staff report, we decided to share some important information with each of you in the form of a response report. We had sent this response report by email on Saturday, and then each of you now have a hard copy before you at this meeting. I'll speak to some highlights from that report at this time. Residents' need for parking on Broadway Avenue consistently exceeds the 24 spaces that would remain if parking were removed to install bike lanes on Broadway Avenue. I wanted to mention to Council and the Mayor that in addition to taking parking counts during the school day and early evening hours, as did the city staff, residents and owners also endeavored to perform parking counts in the late evening and early morning hours when most people would be at home and sleeping. I'll give you some statistics quickly. If you want to turn to page 7 of the reports that I've handed out, you'll see our count information. And basically, in the morning hours, largely mid to late morning, we averaged, and this is an average of 42 cars. Some were higher, some were lower, but the average was 42. And in the afternoon to early evening, and we brought early evening up to 7 p.m., our average was between 29 and 30 cars during that time. In the late evening hours, as you can see, and early morning, which I basically drove over there at before 6 a.m. and took a number of counts at that time. And basically, those averages were at 27 cars. Okay, so looking at the math, I mean, all of those average counts are above the 24 spaces that would be remaining, meaning that from what we could see, that people who live on Broadway Avenue full-time would be forced into parking elsewhere instead of on their own street. The staff report proposed some possible offsets to kind of cushion the loss of parking on Broadway. Those offsets would be the block east and west of Broadway on Oregon and California, and also parking on Walnut, Nevada, and Race. And if you're a resident on Broadway Avenue and you're coming home in the late evening or after midnight and you're walking alone, the prospect of walking from Walnut Street or Nevada or Race Street in the late evening hours in the dead of night are really not a very safe proposition. And if you're a resident of Broadway Avenue returning home at 11 a.m. on a Tuesday morning from the grocery store with 4 or 5 bags of groceries, the prospects of walking from Walnut Street or Race Street or Nevada Street or even California or Oregon, especially if you live closer to the high school on Washington, are not very pleasant thoughts. You know, using the analogy of the BLOS, this was the grading scale that was used to grade bicycle conditions. Right now, Broadway is a B, actually a pretty respectable grade. And the bike routes, bike lanes would be proposed to move it to a grade letter of A. I would propose that the conditions on Broadway now, you know, given the fact that a lot of people can't even park in a driveway, are probably
You have
at
1 minute, Mr. Patterson.
At a B. We would move conditions for residents to probably a D or worse if we were to remove parking for them. The Traffic Commission cites South Broadway as being a very wide and low-volume street, no safety concerns, and they also cited in the report with city staff that the Sharrows or bike routes are perfect for low-volume streets, which is what Broadway is in this section. Tonight you have before you a hard copy of the report that we distributed on Saturday. If you turn to page 9 of that report, you'll see a petition signed by residents and owners of South Broadway properties. There's 67 signatures on this petition. If you look at the last page of your report, you'll see an aerial map of the properties on South Broadway. We've highlighted in yellow all the properties where we have signatures opposing.
I'll make a motion to give this gentleman 2 more minutes.
Second.
Thank you. On the last page, we have a map with yellow highlights from all the property locations where we have signatures from residents and owners opposing the removal of parking. What you see on that last page is a sea of yellow, which signifies that the opposition to the removal of parking spans across this entire area of Broadway that would be affected by the removal of parking. Now, the report from city staff offers 3 options. One option being installation of bike lanes and removal of parking. That's the first one. The second one being having bike routes or Sharrows as a short term, and then moving to bike lanes as a long term. The third option being do nothing. We would submit that there's a 4th option that's obviously missing, and that is the installation of bike route signs and Sharrows as a long-term solution. At this point, we don't believe that option 2 is a good option, specifically because residents and owners have come to speak concerns to council twice now, first in August and now today. And candidly, I think we would like to have the peace of mind that the quality of life for Broadway residents and their safety doesn't continue to need to be defended. And so we would submit that option 4, being a long-term installation of bike route signs and bike lanes, is the best option. Our second choice, as this is a far second behind, would be option 3 and doing nothing. Lastly, I'll state that installing bike route signs and share the lane markings as a long-term will be a win-win. It'll be a win for cyclists, and it'll be a win for residents. We can really achieve all needs for both parties here. Again, as in Craig's report, the grade level for bicycle safety is currently a B, not a bad grade. And if we put in bike lanes, we lower the grade for quality of life for residents who live there full time, from probably to a very low grade, I would submit. And so I thank you for allowing me the extra time to talk. Very much appreciate that, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Questions? Real quick one then. The issue of if under option 2 or option 4, as you've put it, the 8-foot parking lane would be marked. It would end at the driveway's ends. Is that sufficient, or do we need to add tick marks?
Mr. Smythe, I think that,
Or is that
ending
better?
at the driveway, I think, would be sufficient, especially if we, if we maintain parking on both sides of the street. I
Okay.
mean, if you maintained parking on both sides of the street and went to tick marks as an additional enhancement, as long as we didn't lose parking on one side of the street, that could be a possibility, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, if they had tick marks, like I said, you might lose a little, because I think there's a 3-foot requirement on either side. You might lose some total parking.
Well, I think,
I don't know whether, so maybe the residents in the street could let us know
Well,
between now and.
I think any loss of parking it won't be a good thing. And what I'll say to that is that we hire maintenance people to help keep our properties looking good and to do repairs and such. And one of our properties, we do have some very limited off-street parking, 3 spots. And we've had to historically maintain one for our maintenance people over the years because they would go to cut the grass or do painting or, simple maintenance, and they would have to park a couple blocks away because all of the parking, and this is with both sides of the street having parking, they would have to drive, walk a couple blocks with tools, etc. And so finally I had to reserve a space for my maintenance people. So the loss of any parking is a bit of a concern.
So we could just try the end of paint sort of approach.
I think that'd be a great start.
Okay. Okay, thank you. There are no other questions, so thank you.
Okay.
Linda Patterson, 2005 South Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Linda Patterson, and I'm a longtime Urbana resident and a Broadway Avenue property owner. And I'm also a mom to 3 kids, 2 of whom are grown and 1 is still in college. And I promise I will keep this short. It's my belief that the loss of approximately half of the on-street parking on South Broadway between Illinois and Washington will cause significant hardship and personal safety concerns for the residents. The point I want to respectfully underscore for you is that when parking is removed, students who comprise a very large portion of the Broadway Avenue residents would be forced to walk for blocks in order to get from their cars to their homes. And I think many of you know college students keep long hours, get home often late at night, and return home by themselves. The prospect of a young person or anyone being required to walk a long distance late at night and potentially being assaulted or mugged is a very troublesome problem and from a safety standpoint. So given that Broadway is a very wide and low traffic street that already provides a safe path for bike traffic, I ask that parking not be reduced on Broadway so that we can ensure residents' personal safety. The option of installing bike route signs and share the road markings on the street as a long-term solution both improves bike safety and avoids harming the personal safety of the current residents and future residents. Thank you.
Questions? Dennis.
We've talked mostly about parking and traffic as far as automobiles go. What is your observation of use of the street as far as bicycle traffic goes? And do your children also use bicycles on the street a lot? I might as well ask that.
I couldn't accurately answer that because I don't live on Broadway, so I don't see the traffic on a daily basis. And As far as how many students travel on Broadway, I honestly couldn't give you that answer. Perhaps another one of the residents who's going to be speaking after me would be a better one to ask. Apologize for that. So. Any other questions?
Thank you. Next up, Michael Pollock, 710 South Broadway. Congratulations on your second grandchild.
Oh.
I'm jealous.
Yes, I actually left him tonight to come to the meeting, and I appreciate you guys being here as well. Madam Mayor and council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to try and keep it in 5 minutes, so I actually have written this down so I don't go off script. First thing I wanted to catch was that the last time that we talked about this, the proposal to eliminate half the parking, Mr. Smythe asked me a question about whether, in my opinion, the demand for parking rises substantially with the onset of the school year in late August. According to his counts, as he rode that area, he believed that that was true. I said my general impression was that it was not, and he was absolutely right on that. When I got out of that meeting, I actually started to count day to day, and in the evenings, the parking load, and when the high school and college kids came back from summer break, those numbers went up substantially, so that was my bad. I apologize for that. It's a good thing I don't teach math. The impact of removing half the parking on this block seems pretty obvious. Well, very well conducted. The staff parking survey, as Mr. Patterson noted, is quite limited in terms of the times and variety of days the survey was done. Taking into consideration the additional data provided by neighborhood residents, it should be clear there will not be enough spaces to accommodate the demand, with the possible exception of summer months, particularly during evening hours, creating possible serious safety issues. The central question for the council should be whether the safety concerns and the inconvenience of the citizens, both owner-occupied, rented, and rental property owners, outweighs the benefits and necessity of installing bike lanes. A few people spoke at the last meeting in favor of installing bike paths. Many of those folks do not live in this neighborhood. Some do not live in Urbana. And while advocating for the bike path system and encouraging alternatives to an automobile-centric community is laudable, some of the claims were a bit of a stretch. The idea that altering the plan in these 3 blocks will result in people becoming fearful of riding and giving up bicycles seemed a little bit of an outside stretch to me. It's clear that installing bike route signs and pavement markings similar to what they did on Ray Street between Washington and Michigan will enhance the safety of the area while protecting residents as well as bike safety. It's clear also on this short and very wide stretch of Broadway there's no existing verifiable bike safety issue. City staff has clearly stated there's no existing traffic problem, there's no speed problem, and no history of car, bike, or pedestrian conflicts. Most importantly, as you consider the appropriate action to take place, please remember the overwhelming opposition to this proposed plan by a variety of residents and property owners, shown on the petition that you guys have in front of you. With no bike safety issue apparent, with alternative plans available, with no plan for this proposed section to be linked to a continuous bike path network, with a clear and nearly unanimous argument by the residents of this neighborhood, your failure to consider an alternative plan would be a mistake. I urge you to choose a slightly amended version of option 2 as presented by Mr. Patterson. If you look at the cons in the report on option 2 by your staff, this option will not decrease predictable interaction between cars. Sharrows and bike signs will increase that predictability. Creating a visible bike route will not hinder ridership. It will encourage bike use because it would be better than what we have right now. I don't particularly support option 3. I'm a bike rider myself. Adding additional signage will not eliminate bike lanes that don't exist at this time. This stretch of Broadway is not likely to change in demographics or nature. It has remained stable for decades. In 20 years, Washington Street has widened. The installation of dedicated bike lanes can be considered in a bike plan review just as with any street in the city. Without such a change, keeping the plan to install bike paths for just a couple of years as a short-term solution, residents and homeowners may have to unnecessarily go through this entire process again in a couple of years. If option 2 is appropriate in the short term, then barring any change of the neighborhood or traffic patterns, it should be viable in the long term as well, and that is what we suggest. Almost done. I suggest installing the bike signage on both the new pavement and the street signage similar to the one on Race Street between Washington and Michigan. The proposal before you tonight is to send to City Council a recommendation on the proposed removal of all parking on Broadway's west side between Illinois and Washington. The simplest, fairest, and smartest action is to recommend defeat of that ordinance. Please consider these comments as part of a constructive discussion as you deliberate, and please do it in the best interest of our residents.
Questions for
if
Mr.
there's any
Pollock?
questions, I'm happy. I'm sure Charlie's got one about stripes, but fire
Dennis.
away.
Yeah. Well, you've been pretty vocal, and you've represented the community pretty well. Was there, I observed that you had 67 signatures on a petition for a street that's 3 blocks long. That's pretty impressive. If the road was marked as a bike route, do you think that it would serve the biking community just as well? And Mike, I guess my question is, most bike lanes are considered to be most useful for the younger riders, but we have this route connected. This street is connected to the high school. Do you see that the demographics of the high school make a difference in whether this becomes a bike route or a bike lane?
I do not. Outside of the parking issues, which would clearly be a inconvenience for a lot of students that park there during the day and when school's in session, I don't see Broadway as being used terribly heavily currently. I bike it all the time. Mr. Smythe apparently bikes it quite often. But there are not a ton of bikes on there, and there's lots of room and very little traffic. If you do sharrows, and thank you, because I really didn't understand where that word came from until I came to the meeting tonight. If you did sharrows and signage, which in fact would be very advisable for the Race Street section that was redone, and those signs have not gone up yet from what I can tell, I think that it would enhance bike safety, but I don't really see bike safety as a problem right now. So it would make it a little clearer that you need to share the road, you need to pay attention, but there really aren't a lot of bikes or cars on that road.
And are there
generally.
a lot of pedestrians using the road as a pathway?
I will say that there are occasionally high school kids after school that walk down the middle of the street. It's just the nature of the neighborhood, but generally I would say 95% of the people use the sidewalks. There are sidewalks on both sides of the street all the way from Washington to Illinois. So in terms of pedestrian conflicts on the roadway, there aren't any.
Other questions? Well, then, you know the one I was going to ask. So
Well, I
do you
will
want to
answer
take?
it.
Do you want
don't
to
even
take?
have to ask it. I would say that if you wanted to stripe and end at the, clearly have a little cut where the driveways are, it would make it clear that that's for parking. I don't see any need for any kind of hash marks. I think if you put in marks and actually delineate the size of the spaces, that you are going to lose parking spaces. Because people are they're gonna stretch out a little bit.
If nobody's having problems with their driveways being blocked, then it's not an
If
issue.
both sides remain available to parking, I don't see that there's really going to be a problem in having to delineate spaces.
So here's the more important question. One of the issues was making this a road attractive to bicyclists, to get them to use it, to get to Lincoln Square and back and forth from school and stuff like that. There's also the east-west access of Oregon from Vine Street and east of Vine to Leal School across Race Street. There are problems all through there. And I look at this maybe as an opportunity to, long-term look at potential traffic calming, particularly at the Oregon Broadway intersection, halfway down the 4-block stretch. So if we wanted to try some temporary traffic calming things, after staff gets some policies developed, would the neighborhood welcome that? Try some temporary things and see how it works.
I don't think anybody have a problem with it. I see that that's really totally unnecessary there. We do have that as Oregon is a walkway for that entire community to get to Leal School. There is a crossing guard there in the morning and in the evening at Oregon and Broadway. Outside of that 10 or 15 minute period twice a day, if you wanted to try a roundabout, I've always been curious about whether they would work or not. I would say there are a lot better places in the city to try it than
Well,
at that intersection.
I'm looking for something that would be not a full-blown, roundabout. A full-blown roundabout is a different beast. I'm looking for traffic calming in a residential situation that would encourage more people, to use it as a bike route or a pedestrian route.
I see traffic calming as unnecessary. You've got very little traffic. It's an average of 25 miles an hour.
So maybe that's
been no
something-
accidents.
Maybe that's something to look at in the bike plan 5 years from now.
If if things change on that block and all of a sudden there's more traffic and there's more usage, it is fair to consider bike lanes. But I don't expect that to happen, and I'd really like to see option 2 as a short and long-term option adopted, so that we don't have to come back and do this again.
We can call it option 4, which is
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions for Mike? Thanks, Mike.
If not, thank you very much. I appreciate your attention.
Good to see you. Next up is Deanna Hildebrand, 605 South Broadway.
Hello. I'm going to read from my phone. Extemporaneous speaking in a council chamber is a bit beyond me. Okay. We have a ridiculously underutilized parking situation. From the study, you said under 40%, around at the average, according to the study. And you couple this with the multiple enormous parking lots. We have private lot 24, the front and back of the PNC Bank lot, a wee bit west on California, the Lincoln Square Mall parking lot, all within a beautiful, safe, tree-lined 4 blocks along Broadway from Washington to Illinois. I pass by these lots nearly every day, and they have the appearance of being half to 3/4 empty on any given workday, with many unattractive orphaned parking spaces. So, as a burgeoning microurban environment with a high walkability score, my block is 83 out of 100 for which is pretty good. We should promote making these streets safer and friendlier for children, residents, and families. We should not only focus on making things marginally more convenient for lawyers who don't want to walk half a block or spring for private parking. Bike lanes increase ridership. Women, children, and the elderly who are forced to adhere to the vehicular cycling model, where they have to act like cars, are drastically less likely to choose biking. In the vehicular model, one constantly has to look back and signal, adjust lateral speed and position, sometimes yielding, sometimes blocking lanes. This makes people feel stressed and less safe, and this kills ridership. The facts of the matter are that adding bike lanes leads to a decrease in pedestrian injuries, increases the general visibility of cyclists, and increases adjacent property values. Bike visibility is indeed still a problem when I, on my fire engine red commuter bike, obeying all traffic laws and acting like a car, have had several near misses with cars and trucks on the four-way intersection of Illinois and Race because they were simply not looking for bikes. So vote for bike lanes. It makes Urbana a more awesome place where millennials would explicitly choose to reside with the amenities of a mini Portland, Oregon. Don't make a decision that would make us more of a desolated parking lotscape like Midland, Texas. Thanks.
Questions for Ms. Hildebrand? Mike?
Do you live on the block? On
Yes,
any of
I'm
these
at
blocks?
605 South Broadway.
Okay, very good. Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but aren't the parking lots south of Lincoln Square permit parking?
Yeah, but we should maybe do something about that to make that more available to
Well, they're
local
private.
people because they're mostly
Private
empty
and
from
city
everything
owned.
I've seen.
Okay, but the other point then is, do you have any concern though for the residents, especially if there are elderly folks, under the scenario that was brought up before about carrying groceries a long distance when?
It's a really short walk for everyone involved along very safe streets. If someone is in a wheelchair, as the lawyer expressed earlier, then they probably wouldn't be driving anyway, so they'd, be driven.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We have 2 people who don't wish to speak. Barry Israelowitz, who's in favor of bike lanes, and Jan Kelmar, who lives at, Barry lives at 605 South Broadway, and Jan Kelmar, who lives at 723 South Broadway. She's also in favor of bike lanes. That is the end of public input for that. Council's pleasure. Eric. Your hand went up first.
So I see a couple of safety things sort of in tension with each other. And one is, I don't think there's a big safety problem for bikes on Broadway as it is, but there's no question bike lanes are safer. But I'm also concerned about the necessity, perhaps, of residents to need to walk a few blocks from a parking space to a residence after dark. And I'm frankly colored somewhat on this thinking by the fact that several years ago, I lived just a few blocks from the Carl Clinic, and one night at 9 p.m., just about 9 p.m., I was walking home from the clinic with a prescription that I had just had filled, and I was within a block of my house, and I was held up by, I guess it wasn't gunpoint in the sense that the person didn't point a gun at me, but he said he had a gun in his pocket, and I didn't ask him to prove it. So I think that I'm more, I think there are two safety issues in tension with each other here. I think perhaps the safety of people who must walk a few blocks in a neighborhood that's pretty near downtown is more compelling, at least to me, than the bicycle safety issue, which seems to me less critical on that particular street.
Yeah. Well, of course, I feel in tune with the residents on Broadway who have concerns about the removal of parking. This is also my ward, and I'm happy to represent their point of view, and it's actually my own too. We've brought up the concept of whether parking restrictions were enforced. Would it be inconvenient for them to be parking on Walnut or whatever? And you have to remember that unless you're going to trespass across somebody's side yard to get from Walnut to Broadway, it's basically a 3-block walk down Walnut or up to Oregon, and then east and west to Broadway, and then up to, say, the middle of the block where you might live. So it's not just a simple skip and jump. It's really a rather long walk, and requires, going to require a lot of time to do that. So moving the parking into a position where people are going to be not parking even on their own block is certainly not useful to anybody who lives on Broadway Street. And the street is one of the largest streets in width that we have in this area. Walnut is certainly a very small and narrow street in comparison. And there's ample room both for parking and for conveyance of vehicles and for bicycles to come up and down the street. It hasn't really been shown that there's lots of bicycle traffic on Broadway. It is a connecting street between the school and the downtown, which is useful, of course, for people to use as a pathway from the high school and the middle school. But right now we have ample room for everybody to share the space and to get where they're going in safety. And as we found out, there's not a speed problem on that street. It seems to me that the suggestion of the residents of option 4, which is to just initiate a bike route on the street to guide and mark an appropriate pathway for the bicycles, is useful. And I rather like the idea of striping the parking lane all the way up and down the street, because visually that will also give a road calming aspect to what is now a very wide open street. And we've known that by defining travel lanes, it does make it easier and more predictable for having safe vehicle traffic. So my option would be to encourage the council to listen to the voices of 67 people who live on the street, and to adopt an option which allows a bicycle route to be established and signage put up to mark the street, and to let that stand for the conceivable future until considerable change occurs. and to not make the change triggered automatically and pretty much bring the issue back just because of some kind of a data metrics system clicks into place, or that the bicycle community wants this to be reconsidered. Because the voice of the bicycle community being a valid one, the voice of the residents on the street, when you have 67 signatures, must also be weighed as valid. And so I would make that motion that there would be a option 4 as I was suggesting it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we'll give a moved and seconded, and then Bill, then Diane.
Yeah, I opposed the bike lanes last time we talked about this. I haven't really changed my mind much. It's a nice wide street. I've been paying more attention as I've ridden by there on my way here and several times a week. And it's not busy. There's I think 600, 1,200 cars a day on there. It's more like it is a residential street. And I've also tried to pay attention to where I like bike lanes and where I don't like them as much when I'm riding. And I finally came to the conclusion that what it is to me is when there's two cars, one coming from behind me and one coming from ahead of me. And theoretically, they should always pull over, whether you're in the bike lane or, they should give you 3 feet. And usually there's not enough room to give you 3 feet unless they cross the center line. So theoretically, they should always be doing that. But on certain streets, if the speed limit's high enough and they're in a hurry, or if it's South Race Street or Washington Street, they aren't going to pull over. They're going to go past you at the same time the car is coming the other way. So there's got to be 2 cars, and it's going to be a tight fit. And that's where I like bike lanes, because that defines my space a little bit and gives me a little bit more protection. But on a road like this, where that would probably never happen, if a car is coming from the other direction, you're going 25 miles per hour, and there's a bike in front of you, you're going to wait, or you're going to get around the bike before the other car gets there. So I don't think people are going to be tempted to try to squeeze by you at the same time. So I think in that situation, you're safer actually in the Sharrow, and you're actually a little bit farther away from the parked cars. And I think it is safer. As far as the bicycle level of service goes, it doesn't necessarily correspond to safety. Bicycle level of service corresponds to how the bicyclist feels, how they feel, how safe they feel. So that's why I think the bicycle level of service was actually lower south of Oregon Street, because there's big trees. There's big trees between the sidewalk and the road. And according to bicycle level of service, that makes it less comfortable to bicyclists, not because of the bicyclists that ride on the road, but because the bicyclists that occasionally use the sidewalk, the kids. It's less comfortable because they can't see the traffic when they're going across different roads. So there's some weird things that don't really line up with safety when you're talking about comfort of bicyclists. So I do think that the safest option here is probably Sharrow's. And I identify with the comment that Mike made about seeing people walking the road. So as I've come across there, more often than not, well, maybe not more often than not, but a lot of times there are people walking. If people feel comfortable enough walking in the middle of the road, I think people should feel comfortable enough riding their bike in that road. So I think long term, maybe go back to the idea of a greenway or something and traffic calming, but we're talking about 5 or 10 years down the road, so I don't think we really need to do anything at this point for the long term. So I'm comfortable with option 4 or option 2 with some predetermined metric not being determined. I don't know.
Well, option 4 is on the table. Diane.
I support option 4, and let's just end it at Sharrows and signs and not talk about predetermined metrics and warrants. And I would like to, as I've been thinking about this, it occurred to me that the high demand for parking on Broadway is a direct result of a number of policy decisions that the City of Urbana and the school district and park district have made over the years, starting with in the early 80s when the citizens of Urbana decided they wanted to keep Urbana High School in central Urbana on a very small site compared to what was being recommended. So that means there was perhaps not enough room on the school district land to provide all the parking lots that you'd typically find. That meant parking on the street. Then the residents of West Urbana convinced the Urbana City Council to implement pretty serious parking restrictions in West Urbana, west of Ray Street. It was partly in response to the number of university staff and students who were parking on the streets all day long toward the university, and then it was also in response to the Urbana High School students and probably staff and visitors parking on the residential streets close to the high school. As a result, all the parking for the high school has now been pushed to east of Ray Street. And then recently, the Park District built the Aquatic Center, so the high school, middle school, and Aquatic Center are not just schools, but they're also community centers. So you get people coming to those at all times of the day and evening for various events, creating demand for parking. And finally, we just passed the stormwater fee, which makes it more expensive to build parking lots and maintain parking lots and pave over new land. So it discourages the construction of parking lots on the school property, in turn driving people or putting parking onto the city streets as an alternative to building additional parking lots. So the city, the community as a whole has made a whole bunch of policy decisions that kind of converge on Broadway Avenue right now, and that is resulting in the use of that street for the kind of parking that we see there. So I see option 4 as a very good solution to this whole thing.
Eric, I guess I would like to, at least staff to consider, I don't think we need to put it in the motion, but I'd like staff to consider actually reducing the speed limit to 25 miles per hour. I don't think that's going to unduly inconvenience anybody. I mean, it'll result in about taking, 10 seconds longer than 30 miles per hour to go the length of the street. And hopefully that will also have in itself a traffic calming effect and improve the safety for bicyclists.
Carol.
Thank you so much. I do want to thank the city staff for the presentation earlier to help put it in context, as the visual maps help us really see. I also want to thank Mr. Michael Pollack and the Pattersons for putting together actual citizen study. And I support those type of things because the residents' experience to me is as valid as the staff's experience. And I think this should be considered in all discussions. As we take serious consideration to the issue of parking, some of the comments that have been made about the quality of life, safety, and needs of the residents, having to defend this continually being a problem, creating hardships by city policy. I think all those words actually could be applied to so many other issues that's on this agenda. And I appreciate you all making that a very valid point. I also want to say that I've traveled down Broadway on a bike with my son, and at no point did I feel unsafe without the markings of any side of the street. Because the street is so wide, it does provide enough room for you to safely ride. I think the markings would be good, and I would support option 4 to just delineate the street so that it's pretty clear, because right now it's just kind of paved, but it doesn't do anything else. And so that would be easy for me to support. But I do agree with Diane that the city should not create policies that converge on residents without really considering all the residents. Is it necessary that 67 people have to actually sign a petition to get the city council to hear them? I don't know if that's actually necessary, because the solution could have come out of this long before now. And I also think that the quality of life issue is always applicable and should be considered when dealing with any situation, and we've had many that quality of life is kind of left off of the agenda, and I hope in the future this council takes the quality of life issue as a very important part of it, as with any other issue. So I appreciate you all taking the time to do the level of work that you've done on this issue. I encourage others to follow your lead, and I will certainly support option 4 that's not listed, but an option 4 be developed.
Mike.
I'll make it really quick. So this is a master plan that is now going to be deviated from, but I think that's a good thing, because the residents of a particular neighborhood who may not have known at the time the master plan was being developed what was in the works for this street. through no fault of the cities or through no fault of their own, but now they've come to us and proposed a very good amendment to the master plan, in my opinion. I appreciate the work that you did. It's very helpful. These are, always difficult decisions to make. The staff did a great job in relooking at this, and I know when master plans get deviated from, that can create some consternation, and it may throw a little wrench in things now and again. But this is truly a win-win situation for the residents and the city. I would, however, not support, as Diane had mentioned, I agree with her that I would not support a revisiting of this issue based on some metric that has not been even proposed at this point in time. I think that we ought to end this here, and then sub-city council in the future could decide whether or not to revisit this issue. But I think one thing that government at all levels could do for residents and businesses and all of their subjects is to give some predictability over time. That applies to fees, taxes, regulations, all of the above. Long-term predictability is a good thing.
Other comments? Carol, what are you going to say?
I was actually, I don't know how we move an option
Well,
that's
it's-
not on the actually on the
No,
table.
we have an option. We have an option
Well,
4.
that's
It's been defined. We have an
Okay.
option 4, and basically that's direction to staff. There's no ordinance, so.
So I'll call the vote then.
Well, I'd like to be able to make a comment here, if I could. So,
It needs to go to Eric.
Eric can be the chair then.
I recognize Mr. Smythe.
Yeah, so I think there are a number of conflicting issues here, and in recognizing the need for bike infrastructure is an important one if you want to increase bicycle ridership. It's just a needed piece. For those who attended the recent presentation by the gentleman from Canada, the gentleman from Bogota via Canada, he had 2 messages. 20 is plenty, a speed limit of 20 miles an hour on your streets, and bike infrastructure. Those were the 2 components that he felt were necessary. The issue of 25 miles an hour, is that sufficient? Does that get you down? That's something we probably should look at citywide, or look at other zones. We use it in the university district, and in conjunction with bike infrastructure, we have lots of pedestrians, cars, bikes, buses, and delivery vehicles. And, so 25 works, is that working there? We should evaluate 25 as maybe a potential citywide thing, and then lobby the legislature to make a change so that we don't have to post that sign, that speed limit on every street, which is essentially what we'd have to do now. We'd spend a lot of money on signs. So that's the issue. When we did the 25 mile an hour on campus, we had to put up lots of signs in campus, the campus zone. But I think we should talk some more about that. The issue that most bothers me in terms of infrastructure, the one infrastructure metric that might trigger something would be where you establish connectivity. You've got bike lanes on Washington coming from east to west, and then they end. And it's because Washington is narrow. If Washington were ever developed wider and bike lanes put on Washington, then I think you'd have a different situation. Then you'd have a connectivity to downtown via bike lanes using Broadway and the Broadway-Illinois combination. So that would be, I think, a metric that you could talk about. Finally, you really do need to address the issue of parking overnight. And missing from the parking study, the piece that the Pattersons and others from the neighborhood put out there was what happens at 5 o'clock in the morning. And, Mike and I were busy wandering through there at midnight and counting cars, but that wasn't until, that was before the students got there. And now that the students are there, you see 27 to 33. So we probably need to budget for 30 parking spaces on average for overnight. So even if you do something, if you want to put bike lanes in there, you're going to have 30 parking spaces created in some fashion for that street. So with that, I'll shut up.
Could
And recognize Eric.
So you know, I've been going back and forth on the campus for a long time, including crossing Springfield and Green and Goodwin. And the new regime in University District has definitely made it much, much more safe. I personally witnessed 3 automobile bicycle collisions during the time that I've just been, you know, running around the campus. Now that's a long time. It's 40 years, but nevertheless, that's. But I believe that actually we've had this new regimen in Campus Town and in the University District for a long enough time that I think we could do some statistics. And as far as I know, there have not been any major traffic, injuries in the few years since we've done it. And I don't remember ever going a few years before 1 or 2 major incidents, and one of those was a fatality. So on Springfield Avenue. Another one was a horrible, horrible accident that I personally witnessed, where a woman on a bicycle was hit and went sliding up over the hood of a pickup truck that was trying to beat a traffic light. And so that really has worked. So I think I'm going to second your motion, maybe not all the way, but maybe on bike routes, to think about at least a lower speed limit on bike routes.
Okay, well, there is a motion by Dennis Roberts, seconded by Diane Marlin, to adopt, which would basically be direction to staff, and the issue would be ended here, which is option 4. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is Resolution 2014-525R, a resolution authorizing the execution of an intergovernmental agreement with Champaign-Urbana Mass Transit District regarding the generation of proposals for a mixed-use transit facility and associated redevelopment in downtown Urbana. Brendan Boyes.
Good evening. And I'm here with Carl Mack. Hello. He's the Director of Market Development for MTD. And the resolution that Council is considering tonight would enable a 5-year intergovernmental agreement between the City and MTD. This agreement will formalize a cooperative effort by the City and MTD to explore options for catalytic redevelopment of downtown Urbana. Staff will consider locations for an off-street transit station and related redevelopment projects such as residential infill, mobility enhanced development, community and or educational development that could be put together into various types of mixed-use proposals. Ideas for these projects would be broadly solicited by residents and developers alike. Potential agency partners, private investors, developers, tenants, and property owners will be engaged in this proposal generating process. And projects that reach an advanced level of planning, investment, and feasibility would be considered for redevelopment incentives in the future, which would be subject to council approval as in a typical redevelopment agreement. However, projects are not expected to reach this level of detail for multiple years. From the city's perspective, this agreement has the potential to advance many goals of the 2012 downtown plan. Is there anything you'd like to add from NTD's perspective?
Yeah, just real quick, I'd like to say that one of the Mass Transit District's goals in its strategic plan process is to encourage and promote infill development, and this is a very early beginning stage of putting together a really exciting proposal and project that could really enhance the quality of life, Ms. Ammons. So we're looking forward to it, and think that it'll have a lot of benefit to the downtown.
Questions? Dennis.
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. Why not get the MTD's buses into a location where they're more convenient to the people, but they're not blocking traffic at certain times, which we've had, some blockages along Elm Street, which is, an on-street site for pickup and delivery in the town. I had a couple of, I mean, I think there's some real positives that could be a result of this, and I made a little list here, a shopping list of thoughts that came to my mind, and I won't really go through them too much, but I mean, I think it's a great idea to do, and I'm glad that you have a real open sense of what is possible. I guess we don't really know the site that might ultimately be chosen. I think it's a real concern that we get the right site. One of my things that I'm thinking about is it would really be nice to be able to repurpose an existing building to augment the value of that property, or maybe this might be a demolition and rebuild or something like that, rather than picking out from the community a property that is maybe extremely possible to redevelop on its own merit because of its location. It's great to have a bus terminal in the city, but we also have to try to get the very best possible use for certain key locations in the town. So probably certain places are a little more useful for that kind of an operation than others. And we'll see how that all pans out in the future. I guess my other concern that I want to voice at this point is just to be, I'd rather see urban style structure when it comes time for the development of a design, to keep the retail aspect of it on the street and put the buses and the parking area behind the building rather than to make that the prominent street side cityscape aspect. That way we keep our urban downtown facade structure healthy and on the street, and we put the vehicles in the rear, which is going to still be convenient to the individuals who are going to be boarding them. And then my last comment is to whatever's built, be sensitive to the existing structures downtown and have a sense for the historic quality of our community. I'd hope that we won't be building some kind of Futurama parking structure that has no relationship to any of the existing buildings in the downtown, because the design is so kind of outlandish or hodgepodge. So that's just my thoughts.
Yeah, if I can, I think if you look at our facility in downtown Champaign, I think that you see that we work really hard in fitting into the urban landscape that that facility is constructed in, and we certainly would have that as a goal for this too. I appreciate your comments. This is very, very early in the process that you're getting your comments on the table, so we'll be able to keep them in mind the whole way.
That's why I put them there. But I appreciate your
we're running out of time here, so any more questions? Because we do have one member of the public who wants to speak to this.
No, it's a comment. I'll hold it.
We have one member of the public who wants to speak. Linda Bauer, 709 Scoville Street. Do you still wish to speak? I know you will speak in support of this.
I'm here with two hats. I'm an Urbana resident. I ride the bus. I love the idea of a multi-use facility in downtown Urbana that's accessible to many people. I'm also a member of the Board of Trustees of MTD, and we have discussed this proposal, sent it to Urbana, and hopefully we'll be able to finalize our discussions on May 28th. Thank you.
Questions, resolution, motion? Diane, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment. The little I've learned about this proposal, I think is exciting. I'm going to support it, but it also underscores in my mind the need for us to do our program and space needs assessment for the city, because as I understand it, there's a potential for a lot of different pieces of the puzzle to be moving around downtown, and I don't see how we can make rational decisions unless we've done our needs assessment and our space study. And we've been talking about that for years, and there is no money in the budget for it this year, and I think that's one thing we need to be looking at when we consider this budget. So, thanks.
Mike?
Quick question. Mine has to do with the primary area of emphasis as defined in Exhibit A. Why only property west of Vine when there are a few notable blocks east of Vine real close to us right now. Is there any magic to west of Vine?
Are you referring to the block north of City Hall, or?
Well, that could be one, sure.
We've engaged in a request for qualification process for the block north and the 200 block of South Vine Street. So we're hoping that we have active development on that site within 2 years. That doesn't fit in with this timeline. But in general, the existence of the current transfer facility on street on Broadway and the concentration of activity and development interest is primarily east of Vine in the area here.
Yeah, just a quick add-on comment. First of all, to go back to the comments that you made about off-street or on-street, there's not a transit system in the world that prefers on-street transferring. So, we don't like the congestion that we cause any more than you do, so we want to get off. At the same time, we want to be in the core. This is a multi-use facility that we're talking about, so it's not just transit, but bicyclists and pedestrians, and we want to be as close to the center of activity as possible to be a generator for additional activity.
Okay. Yeah, just another comment about the block north of here. I think a couple of years ago we were also engaged in this process and it didn't bear fruit. So that may very well repeat itself, and I think that, I don't know, I'm no economic development specialist, but that is literally, 30 feet from where you are considering in the area, and that is a block that's absolutely ripe for redevelopment.
Yeah, it is. We've received multiple responses to the request for qualifications. We are using a different process. We're doing an RFQ process to retain real estate representation, which is different from the proposal last time. We expect it to be fruitful. And also this is the primary area of emphasis. If there was a site on the periphery that revealed itself as obvious, we are not wholly constrained to it. The intent was really just to communicate where we'd like to focus the core of downtown.
All right, thanks. Carol.
I'd like to just make one comment and move this on. One, I would hope that you all come back to us sooner than later because of the complications of the site. And I also like to make a motion to move resolution number 2014-05-025R to council with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
It's been moved by Carol, seconded by Mike. Is that?
No,
Bill, I'm sorry. To send this council recommendation for approval. Further comments, discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Goes to council. Next up is an ordinance number 2014-5048, an ordinance approving a local agency company agreement, City of Urbana-Frasca International. And I think it also goes along with the next ordinance, which is an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance for Airport Road reconstruction. So you can speak to both issues, and then we'll take two motions.
Thank you. You have before you this evening two ordinances. One is related to a local agency company agreement with Frasca International, and the other is related to a budget amendment to get the Airport Road construction project underway. In December 2012, City Council approved a redevelopment agreement with Frasca Associates. That was a redevelopment agreement to facilitate renovation of existing space and development of a new building. The project is expected to create space for 40 new employees. As part of that agreement, the city committed to applying to the State of Illinois Department of Transportation for Economic Development Program grant. The status of the project is that the renovation of the existing facilities is complete. Construction of the new building is in the early planning stages, and job creation by Frasca is well underway. So in February 2013, the city was notified by Illinois Department of Transportation that they would provide about $1.4 million in grant funds for Airport Road construction. Tentatively scheduled for Committee of the Whole on May 27th is the agreement with the state to enable those funds to transfer, and the agreement with a consulting firm to design and engineer the project.
But before that happens, you have to consider the local agency company agreement, which is an attachment to the agreement with the state. So this agreement basically commits Frasca to create the jobs and to report on that job creation. If Frasca fails to create the jobs and/or report on those jobs, and the state finds us and Frasca in default for some reason and requests any funding back as part of this project, the agreement would have Frasca pay the city $50,000 as part of that. That is unlikely. In discussions with the state, they said they offer a lot of flexibility to employers to create the jobs. And so it's unlikely that the state would require that the city pay back any of those funds, but the agreement does cover that. So based on the commitment in the previous redevelopment agreement, the availability of state funds, the prospect of facilitating job creation and business development, staff is recommending approval for the agreement, and also the budget amendment making TIF 4 funds available to get started on the road project. So I'd be happy to answer questions.
Mike.
So what would this city's total exposure be in the case of the improbable yet possible outcome of a failure of Frasca to perform?
The city's local match is about $1.8 million, so that's what TIF 4 is funding the road. There would be an additional approximately $1.4 million in state grant funds, so it's the 1.8 plus the 1.4 is the total city exposure. Now, as part of the agreement and in the CIP and in TIF cash flows, the city is doing this project either way. But the total exposure is the same either way. What this agreement does is it makes the 1.4 available because of Frasca's job creation.
Yeah, I was more after the additional exposure over the TIF funding.
Sure.
Does that exposure diminish with time at all? Or would it always be the full state amount?
The state, in the agreement, the state has the option to require payment of all or a portion of the grant funds. It is a 5-year commitment. It's a 5-year window to create the jobs. It's also a 5-year commitment to report on those jobs. So there is no schedule for decreasing the liability or decreasing what the state could ask for. It's just stated that it is all or a portion is what the state can ask back for at some point.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a great company. I am all for using these TIF funds to help them expand. I think it's a great project.
How about a motion?
Yeah, I'll do that. Sure, why not? Okay, I'll make a motion that we forward ordinance 2014-05-048, approving a local agency and company agreement with Frasca International to council with approval.
Second.
Moved by Dennis, second by Mike. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that goes to council. And then similarly, we need an ordinance on the budget amendment. Moved by Carol.
Second.
Second by Diane to send an ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance for airport road reconstruction to council with a recommendation for approval. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that goes to council. Okay, next up is an item real quickly on T3 liquor license. Mike?
First, question of the chair. Is there going to be further discussion on the taser issue this evening, or
Yes.
have we aired that out?
Yes. This will be very quick.
All right.
If you
As
step
a,
out for a minute, I should be done.
As a liquor license holder in the city of Urbana, state law precludes me from discussing this issue. Therefore, I'll recuse myself.
Okay, real quickly, this is an item I asked to be put on here. I sent a memo around. It describes the situation. We're out of whack with the T1 and T3 mechanisms that was brought up by Norm Baxley earlier.
Yeah.
Staff has some, I don't know if, did you want to come? John Collins is here too. Did you want to? John Collins is here. He could answer some questions about what happened this weekend and how this, basically this memo is directing staff to look at modifications to T1 and T3 to make us more competitive in some ways, more flexible in others, and avoid some of the situations we had this week. So we have some questions of John. How do you feel about, I assume you've seen the memo and...
A lot of what happened this weekend
with the Iliac Music Festival, the decision was made by the promoters to have it on Main Street between Broadway and Race Street, for the simple fact that it was only $100 to have a liquor license continuous with Crane Alley, as compared to a $1,000 special event license.
Okay, so I will, Charlie has asked me to take the chair, and I'll recognize Mr. Smythe.
I just think, given that we're out of whack with the rest of the state on the way we do this, that we should just simply ask staff to take another look at this, fine-tune what we've got, make some adjustments as appropriate, and come back with recommendations. And so I just move to send this to request to staff, as outlined in the memo.
I'll second that.
I had one quick question. Is there something about the infrastructure between Broadway and Race that makes that the best space to have a festival, like electricity, or is that something we need to think about?
We do have a large amount of infrastructure for electrical output on Main Street between Broadway and Race.
How about in other blocks?
Excuse me?
In other blocks as well?
We have a little bit on Main Street west of Race, a little bit on Broadway, but the majority of it is on Main between Broadway and Race. And that was a directive that we followed 25 years ago, 22 years ago, to improve the infrastructure for special events.
In that particular block?
On that particular block. And that is a very popular block for people to request special events due to the exposure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, are you?
Oh, okay.
Are you the chair?
Yes, I think Carol was
Okay.
next.
It was just quick. This that happened actually has more to do with the liquor license costs than electricity, right?
Yes, it has a little bit, it has a lot to do with the cost.
It
also has a lot to do with the exposure of being on that block.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah. So I appreciate the fact that we're re-looking at how we do special events and how we allow that to happen. The other thing that I've heard from the street is that they'd like to the other thing that I've heard from people who throw events is the high cost of security and the kind of the variable information that comes up with as far as like the requirements of holding an event like that, whether it be the porta potty amounts or the, how much security staff has to be provided for an event. And so, I think just in general principles, what to do besides just a T1 liquor license fee, needs to be revised. And whether we can put infrastructure on North Broadway or the other section of Main should be to consider too in the future for success.
We do spend with a lot of event organizers as they come to us. We would like to have an event in downtown Urbana. We try and promote the Civic Center for one. It's a perfect facility. It has the restrooms. It has the open space. It has the VIP space if that's what's needed. As a music festival that we had last year, similar to Iliac, in the Civic Center parking lot, proved to be a very nice setup. We also do try and promote Broadway between Main and Elm. It doesn't affect any of the businesses. It does affect MTD and their routes. But just about any location that we have an event in downtown, there's always somewhat of a balance of trying to, we're affecting this group, but this group's getting to have their event, or we're benefiting this group, yet we're taking a little bit away from this group. There's always going to be that balance, or that effect, one way or the other.
I'll make one last comment on this, and that's that if we had the flexibility in the T1 license on location, they could have moved the festival one block east and done everything the same and had a great time and without impacting the business. In fact, it might have been better for everybody, businesses and the festival.
Well, it would have at least reduced one argument, if you want to call it that, on us negotiating with the event promoter that, okay, let's not do it on that block of Main Street. We have a different liquor license now. Let's do it over here, and then we can concentrate on our discussion at that. You know, if I'm a business in the downtown area and I'm doing something to promote my business or to grow my business or just to generate additional income, I would prefer to do it in front of my business.
Can you take?
I'll take it back. Okay.
So I did want to take note that when Mr. Baxley made his comments, he pointed out that, you know, a couple of decades ago, there wasn't nearly as much going on that block of Main Street. And so, you know, when that block, when the infrastructure was put in there, the situation was different. And so I would suggest, and I guess I'm not, I guess I'm really speaking to the motion, but that as part of the motion that we ought to consider whether that's still the place, and we ought to get a lot of input. We ought to get input from the businesses on, you know, on both that block and the block to the directly to the east of there, which is a smaller number, but you know, it's things like the guitar store and the pizza place and the Siam Terrace and so forth. And I guess one of the things that I guess we'll need to know is what is the cost of providing or setting up the infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure on other blocks, if we should desire that for other reasons, that would be the most desirable.
Well, one thing to note about this particular event, discussions regarding this event started in early March, and we received somewhat equal input for or against. And somewhere along the line, a choice has to be made, whether we're going to do it or we're not.
Yeah, well, okay, so we got 5 more people who want to speak, and we have one more report here to get done tonight. I think let's let staff, the memo outlines it, staff's going to go work on it, lots of good ideas there. Let's see what they come up with. Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Last item on tonight's agenda is continuing our discussion of tasers. And so we have the staff report from Chief Connolly. And I'm about to get so tired I can't remember people's names.
Okay. Hopefully we're going to be able to keep this short. Mr. Jacobson and Ms. Ammons asked Lieutenant Rich Searles and I to share a little bit more information about some taser information, so hopefully we'll be able to get that to you. I hope a majority of the questions that you had were answered in the packets that we already provided. And I know, Mr. Madigan, earlier you mentioned that you didn't want, or you wanted to avoid a lot of homework on an unrelated event. But I am going to ask that at least with all the information that I've provided over the last couple of weeks, I know it's a ton of information, but I hope you consider it because a lot of it is independent study that is very, very informative, and the data that's been provided to you is something that I think has to be considered. I have to say I'm getting a little bit concerned because I'm hearing some of the folks presenting comments that I may or may not have said during an hour-long meeting in one sentence is taken out of context. So I hope that you consider all the information that's provided rather than just the quotes. But I will quote this. I did last week say there were 3 people, CITs there, the 2 Urbana police officers plus the county deputy who deployed the taser that morning was in fact a CIT officer as well. So just for any clarification, all right? With that being said, the information that I was requested to provide Mr. Jacobson was involving post-taser deployment and how the agencies handled it as well as the emergency rooms. So I shared that information, and basically the answer is that the officers typically remove the darts on their own, and as a general consensus, post-treatment at an ER room as a matter of policy isn't necessary. I'll be happy to answer any questions concerning that, and we can shift then to Lieutenant Searles and the questions that Ms. Ammons asked of him.
Questions for Pat? Dennis.
So does that mean that after somebody has been hit by the taser, the officer takes the taser points out of the individual, and there's not a need for a medical evaluation?
Correct.
Under normal circumstances?
Correct.
Unless, what's the case that they would be doing that? There's a serious reaction?
Well, correct. Or typically, oftentimes, when the officer is responding, for instance, in the mental health related events, or when someone is slitting their wrists, they still need medical treatment for the underlying cause, but the taser itself isn't necessary for treatment.
Eric.
Yeah, just make a comment that I was very interested that one of your ER comments was from the hospital that was the focus as far as the medical was concerned of the famous Braidwood Commission hearing was from Vancouver.
Any other questions? Okay. Lieutenant Searles.
In the interest of brevity, I won't repeat my entire memo, but to answer Ms. Ammon's question, can you break out the 206 cases to determine how many of those were in relationship to deadly force or potential deadly force? For the first part of the question, deadly force, the answer is 2. During the time period I gave you, we had 2 applications of deadly force. Urbana police officer shot 2 individuals at 2 separate times. The harder question to answer is potential deadly force. Quite frankly, I did not have enough information to get that information out. The information from CCMSI and the other logs I had simply wasn't sufficient to find potential deadly force. Going from there, one of the things I tried to do was anticipate maybe some questions you might have concerning workers' comp. So what I did was, and I put this in my memo, I sanitized the information. I took out officers' names, I took out claim numbers, I assigned employees unique identifying numbers. If an officer shows up more than once on the log, they keep the same number. And I categorized them based on how they were categorized by CCMSI. There were a few typos in there that I cleaned up, otherwise the log remains unaltered. And then, because I'm a visual person, put together pie charts representing what all this says. So if you have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I know there's a lot of information here. The other thing I included was, and I did this electronically, was the PERF study, the Police Executive Research Forum study. It's over 100 pages long. There's a lot of statistics in there that I don't understand, multiple statistical models. But I went through and I read the report and I looked for notable comments, and I included those in my memo to you to help you in your reading.
Questions for Lieutenant Searles? Carol.
Just one. Unfortunately, I wasn't here last week and didn't get the chief's memo until tonight. It was still on my desk when I got here. So the May 5th memo, I didn't get a chance.
I apologize. I gave that last week to the city clerk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was on the phone. So I didn't get a chance to read the justifiable homicide by law enforcement officers role. But I did get a chance to look at Lieutenant Searles' breakout here. I did have some other questions about the map and then those 65% injuries that were making police arrest. And I wanted to, because it is so many of them and it's almost 11 o'clock, I wanted to go over with you at a later time the 65%.
Yes,
number
ma'am.
here.
The 65% is by dollars. In terms of raw,
it's the dollars.
Is dollars. The other pie chart is by total number of incidents, and police arrests represent 60%.
I see.
So
okay.
Police arrests cost more on average than other injuries.
Okay, so there was a little confusion. I could not read
Yes, ma'am.
and discern
Yes.
the two things that this makes up. And so I'll ask you questions later.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for Lieutenant Searles? Mike.
Was this provided via email, or was this provided electronically?
The memo that I made?
Right, and the spreadsheet?
Yes, as I understand it, the chief secretary provided the memo, the pie charts, and the log, and the perf study all electronically to council.
Okay, I'll just follow up. I'm not seeing that in my account.
It might be in the filter. It's a rather large file.
Eric.
So I do a lot of statistics in my work. as far as I could tell, with, you know, a pretty quick reading, but I tried to think about it, I think the perf study is statistically, you know, is done correctly. I think the big question, which they note, is that the sample size was so small because there are so few agencies that were able to provide, you know, comparable data. But the as far as the data they had, it seemed to me that they handled it correctly.
Lieutenant Searles, you've put together sort of a general outline of potential policy that would go through a number of steps before it would ever come back to council if that's the route we choose to go. So thinking in terms of that general policy, we've got these 60% injuries in the category of injuries, 60%. Any guesses here, any educated guesses that you could make about when a taser would come out and would help in these situations?
I think the perf study probably outlines things the best. And what the perf study says is that distance equals safety for both officers and persons that the taser is being applied to. In regards to how you write the policy to try to maximize the effectiveness of the safety of the tool and reduction of injuries, again, the biggest thing is you need to write a policy, and obviously the chief approves the policy. I merely make recommendations. You need to write a policy that weighs the totality of the circumstances. So, for example, if I have somebody that I need to arrest for murder and he's running, a taser would probably be a good choice. If I have somebody who's running for, let's say, trespass to land, taser's probably not a good choice. It's that in Dr. Schlosser referenced it, Graham versus Connor, totality of the circumstances balancing act. So if you're looking for a bright line rule, you're probably not going to get one. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yep. Other questions? We have 5 members of the public who wish to speak. Thank you, gentlemen. Paul Bradley, 2608 North Skyline Drive, Urbana.
Hello. First of all, I want to say thank you for being able to hear me in this late hour. Want to just convey, hopefully, a little bit of my experience. I have lived here for about a year. I moved from the state of Virginia. In the state of Virginia, I served as a law enforcement officer, police officer for 6 years. The first 3 years I served without a taser. The last 3 years I served with a taser. I was also a CIT trained officer. I can say that without a doubt, the taser was an indispensable tool. It kept me out of situations that would have caused me great harm. I could give a personal reference of a case I went to. The subject was manic depressive. He was in the manic state, very agitated, very aggressive, came at me several times, at which point in time he ignored all of my commands to him. I told him to get away and he wanted to do it. He kept coming towards me. I had to produce my taser, point it at him. He would stop, recognize the taser, turn around and walk away. Several times this occurred until we were able to get it safely controlled and take it to the local hospital. At which point in time, he gets on medicines and is able to convey to me that he did not recognize me as a police officer, but he did recognize that taser. He recognized that, you know, what it was and what it could do, and that is the reason he turned away. And he was also very grateful that I had that taser because he had had incidents with other departments that did not have a taser, and their response was to physically beat upon him. Within this, for 3 years I had the taser, I never once had to actually use my taser on anybody. All I had to do was point at them. They generally got the idea that they needed to get into compliance. And I think that not issuing the taser to the Urbana Police Department would just restrict what they could do to be an effective police department. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Bradley? Thank you. Oh, Mayor.
I want to thank you for patiently waiting so long to testify.
Oh, not a problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next up, Darrell Cruz, 2002, South George Huff.
Thank you, and I'll try not to cover the information I emailed to you, but I would like to make a few comments because I'm not sure exactly the status of where you're considering to do tonight or in the near future. But I don't think one should be surprised if you conducted a survey or ran a poll of Urbana residents that the majority of them would support the purchase of tasers. Is this on? Did it drop off? Okay. This would not be unexpected because I think many people by nature generally defer judgment to the professionals that are making those recommendations. But as the tools requested by law enforcement become more sophisticated and technologically advanced, such requests demand much closer scrutiny by the community itself than just a poll, because the manner in which citizens are policed will be changed dramatically by the result. With each new tool given to the police, some small part of each citizen's freedom of movement and constitutionally protected rights can be challenged in new ways and often go unnoticed publicly. Let's not be naive. There's always a price to the public, a public trade-off, so to speak, when additional powers and tools are given to the police to use at their discretion. Therefore, when considering this request for tasers, the community, and I'm just asking, people probably aren't watching tonight since it's so late, but I'm asking the community must be extra diligent and cautious. Tasers will change community policing techniques and people will be directly affected, and there will be no turning the clock back. People are right to question, challenge, and evaluate the legitimacy of the need, the rationale given, the manner and circumstances for use, the transparency and accountability of misuse and abuse, and the level of support from all segments of the community. To not seriously consider the chief's request would be foolish, but to accept it without question would also be foolish. The full array of ramifications and all perspectives must be part of the discussion. Ultimately, it is the community's responsibility to decide how they want to be policed. As you weigh the request, you must also equally or even more so weigh the concerns and issues brought forth by the community. After all, the police are the public servants, subject to the norms and values of that community. So what information has the community been given to date to determine the merits of this proposal? And I will simply just quickly raise some questions, and I would suggest to you there's a heck of a lot of information and work that needs to be done. Is the need for tasers really compelling? Only 2 use of force in 10 years. In the last 2 years, tasers have been used 8 times, but only activated twice. Have tasers, when they've been requested by the local police department, have they arrived on the scene? I've not heard that they've not been able to get there. It's just a question of what if something should happen in the future, possibly, that we might need them. The most reasonable argument I've heard so far is it would reduce officer and suspect physical injuries, and the information I was shared with you could kind of show that. But the argument also implies that more officers will be carrying tasers in much greater use in many more situations than have been initially suggested will occur. So the question now becomes, what are the specific uses intended for the tasers? You know, are they an option only for deadly force?
You have 1 minute, Mr. Cruz.
Are they only to be used in place of physical force? Are they supposed to be used in places of intimidation to gain compliance? Have the limitations of tasers been codified? Is there a use of force policy for public review? What parts of the body? We've been told the extremities and the back, but not the chest area. Have we identified circumstances that are off limits for tasing, like running, ledges, flammable liquids? Are there people that we aren't going to tase? Young, old, pregnant, people on medical conditions? Have those all been identified? there's a whole host of issues in addition to oversight and accountability. And the taser tapes, I would suggest to you, are very minimal, I would suspect, in their benefit to accountability. I would encourage the City Council to delay the purchase of tasers for at least 2 years to accomplish a couple of things: to complete the traffic stop data, to have more CIT training, to improve relations with the community as a whole and the minority community, and an opportunity to prepare a use of force policy and oversight that can be shared with the community in advance of purchasing tasers.
Okay, thank you. Any questions
Thank you.
for Mr. Cruz? Carol?
You sent all those questions to council already.
Most of it, yes.
If you would provide them all, that would be useful.
Mm-hmm. I think you all got them, right? Anybody who didn't get them? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next up, Reverend Dr. Evelyn B. Underwood, 1309 West Tremont, Urbana.
I want to say that I agree with Ms. Carletta Donaldson about delaying. We need more time, more community input. And we need it at the library or one of the churches. I would say one of the black churches, the Boys Club or Douglas Center. We need more time, more input from the community before we deal with the tasers. What Mr. Cruz just said is very important. Usually the people who went on the News Gazette or some other data that they gave, those people, quote unquote, those kinds of people generally would defer to the professionals or the police until it hits home, or if it ever will hit home. Before I get into the other, I wanted to say that Professor Sudiade, he talked about the race-based disparities. That was very important, and the fact that the tasers are lethal weapons, which is very important. I don't have time. Just rush. To go into a lot of the other good things he said. Mr. Aaron Ammons said a lot of important things that need to be said, but we are so rushed. This shouldn't be rushed. I agree with Mr. Cruz. We need more time. Why do we have to rush into this? Mr. Ammons said about we're not the bad guys, as the police wives have said, and we're not racist. We're talking facts. There was a lot of other things I want to say, but let me go to this part of it. The University of Illinois mothers and dads, the research that we did for something else that's similar to what we're talking about here, they refused to allow Champaign and Urbana police departments and their officers to give their college students records, to cut off their careers because of the fact that they were arresting their children, their young people at the University of Illinois. So what did they do? They started their own. The University of Illinois was forced. They were forced to start their own police. You can do the research yourself, like we did in the community a few years back. They just started their own police department at the university and their judicial system, because they refused to allow their young engineers, potential engineers, and the lawyers and teachers and all to get felons. They finally came to the point, it hit their homes, and they refused to allow it. But what happened to our children? What happened to our children? They brought the school resource officers into the schools, and our middle school kids and our high school kids are getting records. And what will happen? If they get tasers, our children will be the ones that get the tasers. The police tools, these police tools can be used by the schools, school resource officers, if passed, and our kids can be tased. So what will happen then? They will be on the beat. Like they're on the beat in the streets, they will be on the beat in the schools. They're school resource officers, and I hope the parents, it's late, I hope they're hearing me.
You got 1 minute.
Okay, I stop at this. So that's enough. That's enough. Thank you.
Questions for Reverend Underwood? Okay, seeing none. Okay, next up, Denny Hubert, 710 West Oregon.
I moved to Urbana in 1971. I am a mom and a stepmom of 7 children. I have 19 grandchildren. They've done all kinds of things that have surprised me over the years. I own Secondhand Rose Antiques in Urbana, and I've been that owner of that building and business for 32 years in Champaign-Urbana. I've had a bed and breakfast for 27 years at my home, which is now closed, and it's closed for one of these kind of reasons. I have had many rental homes in Urbana, 22. I've dealt with kind of the weirdest situations you could ever imagine. For being just a plain old person, I've had a lot of weird stuff happen. One of the weird things that happened, actually 2 of them, were home invasions at my home. My home looks like a fortress. It's a 5,300 square foot home that you just raised my taxes on another $1,000.
Not us.
The county or whoever. I just know I'm paying another $1,000. But nonetheless, at my home at 3:30 at night, I had assisted Urbana police with apprehending a known murderer. He was living behind me. When they went to get him, they didn't have tasers. They had service revolvers, but they had a lot of other agencies looking for this man too. When they got in there, they didn't find one murderer, they found 2. And 2 other people they were looking for that were felons that had warrants for their arrest. The man that they were actually looking for jumped off the 3rd floor balcony onto a roof, on a slippery, snowy roof, the month of January several years ago. His leg went through the roof. He jumped off that roof and took off running with a broken leg. Urbana police could have shot him. They didn't need to. They didn't have to after the broken leg incident. They could run faster than he did. But after that, at 3:30 in the morning, about 2 years later, the man that they had arrested was a gangster. He got sentenced to prison. But I was afraid because my name got put in the News-Gazette and it got put on Channel 3. So after that, I had a hard time sleeping, and I felt very insecure. At 3:45 in the morning, I told my husband, I hear something. And he said, like? And I said, somebody's trying to get in our house. We have not one burglar alarm system. We have 2 that are monitored. Our house has got a 8-foot-tall Jareth Pickett fence around it and warning signs that it's got security everywhere, because it does. It's got beepers by my car, beepers if you come in my yard. If you're bigger than a dog and you walk in my yard, I know you're there. But nonetheless, these people came bashing through my front screen door, locked, through my front door. We called 911. The police got there. They asked me, are they black or white? And I said, I don't know. I'm not looking out there. What's he wearing? And I said, I don't know. I'm not looking. I'm scared. I'm afraid this is those persons coming back to get me for telling about what I saw and who that man was. The police got there. They caught those guys. They weren't black. One was white. One was from India. One was a U of I grad student in aeronautical engineering. He wasn't dumb. He was drunk. Another one of the kids that was there, he was a 3rd-year student at the University of Illinois. His parents were military people. We insisted, you have a choice. You come and talk to us, we're going to take you for supper. If you don't tell me why you chose my house and what you were doing, you're going to become felons and probably garbage men or something. I don't know what your career is going to be, but it's not going to be very good. Urbana police, they didn't know what they were about to deal with. The year before, 3:45 in the morning, another man smacked our glass with his bare fist, telling, wake up, give me money. I'm hungry, I want money.
You have
cold."
1 minute, Ms. Hubert.
Urbana police came to the scene. A woman was the female police officer. She approached the man. He was on meth. 2 additional officers came. I'd never seen those 2 officers. One was real big and one was short and kind of stocky. It took 3 people to get him in that car. But during that time, one of the men tried to get this man into the car. He was a little squirrely white man, strung out on meth. He bit that police officer's hand, chewed him a good one. But 3 officers couldn't get hold of one scrawny, squirrely little man and get him in a car. In that instance, I want them to have tasers. You give me a choice, and I think everyone in this room, if you're going to shoot me or give me a choice of having a taser, and I think everyone would agree, give me a taser. Don't shoot me. Don't hurt my leg, my back, my arm. Shoot me. No, with a taser. That's all.
Questions? Thank you. We need a motion to extend this meeting.
I move we extend the meeting for, do we need to discuss?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend this meeting 20 minutes. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Could I have a show of hands, those in favor of extending? We have one more public speaker. We have 4 in favor. Okay. Motion carries. Next up is Brian Dolinar, 303 West Locust.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Brian Dolinar. I live at 303 West Locust in Urbana, and thank you for staying late. I know it's been late for all of us. I typically take care of a 2-year-old, and I'm a full-time dad. This is one of the few nights I could really get off and be here tonight, so I wanted to stick around. Also, because I've been poring over these documents today, this is a FOIA that I turned up of 19 incidents of tasers in the Sheriff's Department for the year 2013. And I've been going through them, and I think there's some useful things, and I think it's good for council members. I encourage you to do your homework, and I'd be happy to share any of these documents. And I'm very sympathetic with the previous speaker. On my street, I've seen all kinds of wild and crazy stuff go on. And so I very much recognize that the police have a tough job. They have some crazy incidents. It's not a job I'd want to do, and I'm happy they're there. I'm happy I can call on the Urbana police. I've had several good exchanges with them, and I think they do have a good reputation in the community. But I want to point out a few things that's come about in the 19 incidents I've looked at. One, the case of racial disparity has been mentioned by other people, but it bears the fruit in the documents here. Out of 19 cases, of those who were, these are cases where taser was used, deployed, and used, also cases where tasers were pulled and not used. So these 19 cases, 8 of them were for white suspects, 1 a Hispanic, and 10 for African Americans. Within the county level, again, African Americans represent actually less than Urbana. They're only 12%, but they represent the majority of taser incidents here. 2, there was a question about the post-taser treatment. And out of the 19, it's notable that there were 2 incidents where people had to be taken to Carl Hospital directly because of the taser use. 1, a case where an individual fell back, bumped his head when he was tased, complained about having head pain, and was taken to Carl. The second case was, according to the police report, a case of recognizable excited delirium, which is much debated. A person was running a temperature of 107 degrees and had to be taken to Carl Hospital. And I'd be happy to provide the documentation of it. This is a very bizarre story, but it's worth visiting. Also, the question of injuries to officers. I think this is, while of course we do not want to get cops, have them injured on the job, we're very sympathetic with this, but I would say that tasers are not going to prevent all injuries on the job. Of the 19 incidents, about half of them, individuals were compliant, whether because a taser was displayed or whether it's police in uniform there on the scene, I would suggest. Half of them were non-compliant, and of those half of those cases where they're non-compliant, about half of those the taser didn't work. So people had a puffy jacket on, the taser barbs didn't get into their skin. Some people would pull the tasers out and rip them out of themselves. Other individuals, one guy was in the military and tasers had absolutely no impact on him. So we're now left with about 2, 3, 4, 5 cases where individuals were non-compliant and police had to use force and tasers in order to gain compliance. I don't believe in any of those cases there were any major injuries to the officers. So again, the taser does not necessarily prevent injuries as they are much touted by Taser International. Lastly, I'd just like to, again, urge council to do their homework. Let the task force on racial profiling do its work, and do not move forward, please, before the task force is able to do its work that it was set out to do. And lastly, I urge the council to put community relations before tasers. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Delanar? Brian, can you summarize that and email it to us, or is it too?
For a fee, I can do.
Oh, okay. I'll give you a call.
Time is precious these days.
Yeah, I'll give you a call.
Please do.
Okay. Okay, we have a number of people who filled out a card but did not wish to speak. Sarah Links in favor of tasers. Joel Sanders in favor. Harley Rutledge. Tolono in support of tasers. Oscar Gamble in support. Jeremy Hale in support. Corey Coker in support. And those are all Urbana officers. Tina Manili in support. Dixie Brazelton in support. Heidi Henkin from, I believe she was sitting here earlier, also in support. Katie Greenway in support. And finally, Shannon Wolf, also in support. Okay. Council's pleasure. Bill.
Well, it's a little discouraging that we haven't had a chance to discuss this, and now at this late hour, I don't think we're going to have a very quality discussion. So I think after 4 weeks and 4 hours of public input, even though it's, even though I think we should discuss it, I don't know how much we could really accomplish tonight.
Mayor?
Well, I think we're going to continue the discussion, so I don't think we should have it tonight. It's just too late.
Eric?
So I don't want to cut off public discussion before the public is ready to stop discussing, but I think we do need a session where council can discuss. And I don't know exactly procedurally how to do that.
Our city attorney is nodding his head.
You can't do it.
You can't do it. Okay.
If you are engaged in public business, which this is, and there is a majority of a quorum present, it's considered a public meeting, and you must offer the public the opportunity for input.
So, may I? Can one ever continue a public meeting on another day?
I don't think, I think that would be viewed as, to be honest, an effort to get around the Open Meetings Act. I don't think the AG or the PAC officer would agree with that, even if it's a continued meeting.
Diane, I have a potential suggestion, but Diane, then Dennis.
Well, I have one observation, and I'm a lot of the concern and the questions that I heard from the public tonight and in previous meetings are addressed in the policy recommendations that we were given as part of our packet, and we haven't really had a chance to look at these, hear from Chief Connolly and Lieutenant Searles as far as what kinds of things they're recommending as policy for use and review. And I think That's a very important part of this whole discussion, and I'd like to have time to do that. So perhaps at our next meeting, we could wait to have public input on this topic until after we have a chance to to talk about this particular topic. Is it a way to schedule public input after
Dennis
our
and then-
discussion versus before?
Okay,
Charlie.
Dennis is next.
Yeah, you ready? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. And then the other thing that I think we ought to discuss is, and I just don't see the direct connection between our establishing a traffic stop study task force and the employment of tasers as a police tool. I think they're separate issues. I think that they're going to have their own valid exploration and results. And I don't know if we need to, I mean, I don't see that one thing is directly dependent upon the other.
Eric.
Just another procedural question for Mr. Simon. Is it possible, is it legal for us to have discussion prior to public input?
You can place public input on your agenda anywhere you choose, but it has to be there.
Okay.
Let me offer a suggestion here. What we could do is just simply have a special council or committee meeting devoted just to tasers, where we have a full 4 hours available. We have a 2-hour limit on public input. We had about an hour's worth of public input tonight, and a lot of people have spoken. So I'm not sure that we would get that much new, especially if people wanted to see some discussion first before commenting. And so I think we need to develop a back and forth here over time. This is an issue that needs to be taken slowly, carefully. And so I think that's the direction that I would suggest we do. Just one meeting, or a meeting with one topic. Carol.
I was going to actually suggest, I don't have a disagreement with that, but that we schedule just public forums on the issue itself in the community. We've held public forums on any number of issues and topics all over the community. I think adding this to a public forum setting would allow for greater participation from the various neighborhoods on the topic and the gathering of information, but also to have special session to talk about the policy portion of this discussion that has not taken place. So I would ask the mayor to consider hosting public hearings throughout the community at various parts of Champaign-Urbana community for greater public participation, in addition to having a special session on the policy-related portions of the discussion, so that we can look at what a proposed use of force would be and address some of these other issues that are not being addressed. Unfortunately, there is a racial component that has been brought up, and the council can't ignore it. And so that has to be part of the discussion. There is fear on the part of one community as opposed to another. Policing is different in different communities, and the research is there for that. So you can't ignore that, and it needs to be part of the discussion. So my request to the mayor would be to host public hearings in the community at community locations on the topic of tasers, as well as schedule a special session.
Well, I think we should have plenty of public discussion, but I'm really kind of concerned about getting the budget done, and I really can't see scheduling a whole bunch of community meetings right now, but we usually do talk about things quite thoroughly. I'm a little surprised when people say, don't rush into this. I have not known us to rush into anything. We seem to talk it to death. So I don't think there's any great push that we have to get this all done. I think we'll just proceed. And if we have some free time, we'll see what the demand on that date is, and then we can certainly have community meetings, but I can't see it right now when we're trying to get this budget done.
Okay, Bill first.
Yeah, I still think we need to have a public discussion among ourselves so that people can at least see where we are with it and then respond to that in their public input. It's just with a lot of the input that we've had, there's just been kind of a lot of assumptions that we haven't seen certain material, and we've had plenty of material to look at, I think. You could never get everything. I mean, there's probably hundreds of thousands of pages of reports out there on tasers. So you try to pick the best you can and try to make your judgments. I guess as far as racial disparities go, I think we all know that there is racial disparity in the contacts with law enforcement. It's lopsided. And the contacts with law enforcement, whether it's with tasers or traffic stops or anything, is going to have that disparity. If there's reduction of injury, and it looks like the evidence does show that there's reduction of injury, then that would also be disparate. There'd be disparity in, African Americans would disparately have more reduction in injury. So, if it's never a good thing, but if it's a less bad thing to use tasers, then the disparity can't hurt. See, that's what happens when you try to do it this late. You don't make sense.
There's only one thing, Bill. There's only one thing that's going to make sense here in a few minutes. So, Carol, then Eric.
I just want to redress the mayor's comments that you don't have time to have public discussion in the community on such an important issue. Even if you believe, Mr. Brown, that racial disparities are going to exist, they're just going to exist. I think that is speaking to the concern in the community. I also think that dissent does not mean disloyalty. This is an issue that really makes it difficult on the residents that I represent. I did contact people by phone and ask them for their input on this particular issue. You really don't want to hear all the things that came out of that community. But you have to. See, you have to. Because otherwise we are back in the situation that we are pre-1960, and I can just show you video after video that would not speak well to the request of tasers. They're all there. But people don't want to watch them, and you can't explain them, and all of these things become hypothetical. I think we should take our time. I think we should have public discussion. I think what the police chief has given me from last week looks so interesting. I'm sad I didn't get a chance to read it. So I don't think we should rush, and I don't know what the timeline on the grant is, but this is a community concern that is as important as parking, and I don't think you should say you don't have time to hear it.
Could I respond? I don't say we don't have time to hear it. I think we should take all the time we need to have discussions on this, but I'm concerned that we have a deadline for the budget, and I don't think this topic should just drown out everything else. I think we should
schedule it after the budget.
I think we should work it in as we have the time in the program, and we may have a whole meeting that could be devoted to it, and we could take it out on the road. It'll come up at community meetings. I'm not opposed to any of that. I'm just saying I get a little concerned when people say, don't rush on this, because I don't think we are rushing on it. I think we're trying to do a good job and have everybody have their say and have all the questions asked and try to work out reasonable answers to the questions.
I think we're all very tired. We have 30 seconds to wrap this up. Do you have something new to add, Eric?
I agree with what Bill was trying to say. I think the next stage in this, the people who now need to have a say are the council people.
I think what we need to do is exactly what I proposed earlier. We schedule some special meetings. We work in and around the budget, but we need to have just a meeting just devoted to tasers. And where that fits in the budget schedule, we do need to get the budget done first. Let's get it done and keep this moving along at a responsible pace that lets us get the city business done too. So with that, we are at our time limit, and unless somebody tells me that they're going to move to extend this, I'm going to end this.
Move to adjourn.
This meeting is ended.